Think about the phases from first appearance to complete integration. There's when a practice starts to occur in a more noticeable and frequent way than just an experiment or an aberration. And then there's the assessment phase. This is when early adopters are leading, putting the practice into action. While a significant percentage of non-adopters are monitoring and assessing the usefulness of the practice. Is this going to be valuable? Does this work? And of course, there are always people who are standing in the back of the room going, "You're going to make me do that eventually, aren't you?" The next two phases overlap somewhat, but there is a distinction. There's the adoption phase, when widespread adoption starts to take place. And the form of the practice is largely consistent across adopters because they're pattern matching and they're following the lead of each other. Then there's the adaptation phase. And this is when the experienced practitioners and the new actors with new approaches and new forms of the practice are breaking the patterns and finding new things that can be done and new ways of solving problems using that practice. And then there's integration. Successful version of the adapted practice becomes integrated into our process. Eventually to the extent that it's no longer a distinct practice. And what's thrilling for us is right now we're in that adoption adaptation phase. More and more organizations are collaborating, and a subset of the most experienced and the newest practitioners, they're starting to stretch our understanding and our ideas of what's possible by trying these things in different ways. They're pushing us to be better. There's so much to do, and it can't be done alone. it's complicated, it's time-consuming, and it's fraught. There is no final battle that we're going to be able to fight where all of this suddenly gets easier. The world isn't getting simpler, the stories aren't getting simpler, but working collaboratively is becoming more and more common and more important than ever, and that is the difference between staying in the fight and being rendered completely incapacitated. So collaboration, true collaboration, effective, ethical, inclusive, equitable collaboration, it's an act of courage and an act of hope by journalists and newsrooms who know that the work to be done is the work that matters, and it will be done by those who are courageous and brave and bold enough to face our mistakes and try to build a better way of doing this work together, and by those who trust in the incredible work that we can do when we do it in partnership. And we're very fortunate because so many of the people speaking today are doing exactly that, and we get to hear about it.
My name is Evan Sanchez. I'm a local entrepreneur and Atlantic City resident. I'm here with Ali Nunzi and Mike Rispoli to talk about stories of Atlantic City. So why Atlantic City? Atlantic City has suffered from what Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie calls the danger of a single story. When people think of Atlantic City, they all too often think of just one story: casinos. And while the casinos are a part of our story, it's far too narrow and has led to a limited understanding of our city both locally and beyond. Atlantic City is a microcosm of the world, filled with schools where 40 languages are spoken, natural beauty like our free beaches, and a wonderfully rich history that includes a legendary jazz legacy. It is true that we have problems of all cities: poverty, homelessness, addiction, and more. But with a population under 40,000, it means we have an incredible opportunity to be a hub for experimentation, to solve the problems that are facing all places in a very small place. Many of us felt that our stories, the real ones, the messy ones, the important ones, weren't being amplified. I'm incredibly proud to say that the movement started that night has surfaced and spotlighted previously untold, important Atlantic City specific stories through the Stories of Atlantic City initiative. The work must continue because Atlantic City is so much more than just a casino city. It is diverse, it is beautiful, it has the potential to solve big problems and once again become a world-class city. But only if we change the story.
One thing that we want you to understand is what was missing. I'm sure if your newsroom asked you to take time out and foster caring, genuine relationships with people of the community, you would probably have a challenging time finding a few extra minutes, even in your most well-intended day. That's where people like myself, the non-journalists, come in. It's crucial that we encourage you to identify key partners that already have established trusting relationships with people in the community. People know me, people know my team, and people know that they can trust us. We're here today to point out the not so obvious. The forgotten neighborhoods for generations. The people that care for their neighbor even when the city seemingly doesn't. The people championing their environment with every card stacked against them. People that promote the human spirit even when basic needs aren't even being met. It takes a depth of courage, humility, and vulnerability, not only to see, but to listen for what's really going on, beyond the obvious, beyond the biases that you may have about your own community. What we learned when we leaned in a bit more in our own city is that people take care of other people. So my question to you is, can you identify key partners that you might work with as an access to more authentic conversations in your community? What we know is that our words create our worlds. The stories we tell and what we tell our children is what they live into. We're accountable for better stories that share the fullness of who we are.
It looks really different than what a lot of collaborations in journalism look like. This was something that was led by the community and not the newsroom. As someone who is a former journalist and is now a community organizer, I think that there's a lot of things that journalists who are interested in doing collaborations can learn from organizers. Your success is your community's success, and if you want to be successful, you need to work with people and get as many stakeholders invested in collective success and justice. Even if you're a journalist, even if you find it challenging and maybe a little uncomfortable, your future depends on collaborating with the community. And we need to stop thinking about the community as a liability. Instead, your community is your greatest asset.
Hello. Good morning, everyone. Welcome. My name is Cassandra Etienne, Associate Director at the Center for Cooperative Media, and I'm so pleased to welcome you to the 2024 Collaborative Journalism Summit. I will be co-hosting this year's conference with wonderful Liza Gross, and we are thrilled to be on the campus of Wayne State University in Detroit for this year's conference. To get us started, you'll hear from our two key Detroit partners who helped make this year's summit possible, Wayne State University and Detroit PBS. First, I'd like to hand it over to Dean Hassan, who will welcome you on behalf of the school.
Thank you, Cassandra. Welcome to Detroit. Thank you for coming. Thank you all for coming to Wayne State University here. So yeah, I mean, we're really excited to host you here. We're really honored to collaborate with Detroit PBS and Montclair State University on this year's Collaborative Journalism Summit on a pretty amazing campus. By the way, you're just at McGregor just a few seconds ago, where you had breakfast. I mean, that's really like one of our architectural gems here that we have, and you look out the so this is a campus. We have 4 Yamasaki buildings on campus, and these were really some of his first buildings that he built before he became international. Some of you may know his work. He did the original World Trade Center in New York City as well. This is where his creative career was launched, campus. Yeah, it's pretty amazing. It's an amazing legacy that we have here at the university. So I'm the dean of the College of Fine, Performing, and Communication Arts here, where our journalism program is housed in the Department of Communication within the college. So a little bit, clearly everyone in this room, we're keenly aware that journalism and a free press absolutely central to democracy. I wasn't born here, I was born in Bangladesh. My dad was a journalist there, a young journalist in a very developing country, shortly after the Revolutionary War there. Well, we know what happens with journalists in very destabilized or emerging democracies, if you want to say it. And that's how we ended up in the US. That was 45 years ago, and so on a personal level, my family and I really understand the relationship between journalism and democracy and how paramount that relationship goes together. So in our Department of Communication, this aspect of social justice is really at the heart and faculty's life work. So this year, the Journalism Institute for Media Diversity, we celebrated 40 years. Many people in the room practicing journalism in Detroit many of the journalists in Detroit are alumni of this program. We're really proud to collaborate with Montclair on this, because one of the things that's really unique is we share a real common value of access and opportunity to higher education. And it is really this ethos of what it means to be an access university. This idea of it's not it's not a matter of how many people we leave out. We serve the city, we serve the community. And in this ethos of this access to education, this is what allows transformations to take place in our immediate society. This is what the access to education, the access to the opportunity to higher education leads to a better life for our students, for our community. If you impact one individual student, you impact their families. If you impact enough families, you impact the community. If you impact enough communities, you impact the city. And in the city of Detroit, some of you may be aware that our median income in the city is barely $20,000. So if you compare that to, say, the income gap between a high school degree and a college degree, which is roughly about $1 million right now. It's 964 as of today, 964,000 across a lifetime of earning. That $1 million, when those students graduate with that extra, last week we were giving out diplomas one at a time at graduation. Every single one of those diplomas, as the students were walking across the podium, that's $1 million ticket. And that extra $1 million that those students in our community are earning are being reinvested and respent here. Because many of our students, and very similar to Wayne State and very similar to Montclair State, and very similar to a profile of a lot of these universities of a mission of access and opportunity, is essentially many of our students are committed to the community. And they're committed in that way, and so this is a way of reinvesting. So really, I think the mission is really central here, and you'll see this around Detroit. You'll see this around, for the folks that are coming in from town, through our program, we've become a national hub for social justice and journalism. The reporting sheds light on systemic inequalities, marginalized voices, and advocates for positive changes. Another thing for the folks that are coming from out of town, everything you've heard about Detroit is true. Everything. Everything. By the way, we've got the #1 art museum right across the street. #1 art museum in the country, not Detroit. Go check it out. We're the only UNESCO City of Design in America. We are the city that creates American culture. If you think about historically, what are things that are truly and uniquely American in our cultural landscape, many of them, if not all, in one way or another, root back to Detroit. Whether you're thinking Motown, whether you're thinking hip-hop, whether you're thinking Madonna, whether you're thinking, and that's just music. You're thinking fashion, and all the other things. There's a lot of things that go back. So really, it's this absolutely incredible city, and we also have some incredible challenges here. And because of those incredible challenges, our social justice work is even more critical in our field. So I think, so for example, we have a gen ed course where students learn to use the use of media and collaborate with skills in combating threats that journalism faces, like fake news, AI, concentration of power, digital privacy. And Wayne State journalism is giving skills to be successful. Networking, viewing, collaboration, telling human stories. So really at this core, the Journalism Summit embodies the spirit of partnership and cooperation. It transcends the boundaries of individual newsrooms and organizations, fostering a culture of inclusion and shared purpose. So together, we're here to harness the power of collective intelligence to tackle complex issues, amplify marginalized voices, and continue to hold power accountable. So as we convene here for the next 2 days, let us reaffirm the commitment to the principles that unite us. Let us recognize that our collective strength lies not in the uniformity of thought, but in the diversity of our voices and experiences. So once again, on behalf of Wayne State, we are absolutely honored to host this year's Collaborative Journalism Summit with Detroit PBS and Montclair State University Center for Cooperative Media. Thank you all. Thank you for being here, and welcome.
Thanks so much, Hassan. Now I'd like to turn the microphone over to Rich Homburg of Detroit PBS. A huge thank you to Detroit PBS for live streaming today's event. And let's give a hand to the crew in the back who are running the cameras, mics, and live stream. Thank you.
Good morning. You stole my line. Welcome to the most important city in America, TMI, CIA. If you want to understand this country, the challenges, the opportunities, the voice, you come to Detroit. If you want to understand, I grew up outside of Philadelphia. If you want to understand 1776, go to Philly. They're still doing that fife and drum thing. If you want to understand the 20th century, if you want to understand the last 25 years in this country, come to Detroit. And we welcome you, and I think Dean Alani, he gives you a great demonstration of that. In every partnership we have, we're always looking for that one person, and if it's the person at the top, it is so important, who says, follow me, I'll help you understand. We went to Dean Elahi's office a few months ago and talked. We scheduled an hour, I think 2.5 hours, then he was scrolling through art to show us, walking us through it, right? Just a wonderful experience, and all the potential that Wayne State holds, we are loving playing into. So welcome to our journalists and fellow collaborators. At Detroit PBS, we've been waiting for this moment since Stephanie called us back in October to help organize their annual conference. Of course, we suggested the ideal location for this in the most important city in the country and here on the Wayne State campus. I want to thank both Montclair State University and Wayne State for being such solid partners in bringing this together. I'm sorry that Stephanie couldn't be here today. She's obviously doing something much more important, as many of you know. But I've been amazed to see her in action. Her prowess in network building is phenomenal. You'd think she grew up in Detroit, and in fact, she grew up nearby. But her ability to rally people from news organizations throughout Detroit to support and participate in this event is a wonder to behold. We thank each and every one of you. I know many of you are from out of town. But know that we take seriously the idea about the importance of this town. Detroit is a case study for the challenges and opportunities facing a major post-industrial city. For that reason, it's a great news town as well. And it's filled with great news people who Detroit PBS has had the great fortune to work with. This is proven out when we started about a decade ago, the Detroit Journalism Cooperative, which was formed to cover the largest municipal bankruptcy in the country. The result was impactful, award-winning journalism in print, radio, and television. More importantly, it established a solid network of relationships among news organizations and journalists. Former Surgeon General Jocelyn Elders once said, "Collaboration is an unnatural act between non-consenting adults." That may have been true, that may have been true in the competitive world of journalism 10 and 20 years ago, but we have grown to understand the importance and the power of collaboration by consenting news organizations. It is critical to our future. Detroit PBS has partnered with many folks in this town, providing our own coverage and supplying video opportunities and components. Our head of content, Ed Moore, is moderating a special session today at 2:15 on the ability of television to add depth, texture, immediacy to your reporting. It's one thing to write on the assault of a community around concrete crushing. It's another thing to see it happen. And we can greatly expand the audience for your journalism, as Ed will explain. If you don't believe me, ask Orlando Bailey from Bridge Detroit, who will be part of the panel. He probably didn't know that he would win an Emmy when he partners with us, but he did. By the way, we should all congratulate Orlando, who was just named the executive director of Outlier Media. Well, we look forward to continuing to work with him. Does anybody have more energy than Orlando? that smile, that energy. And pleased that after you attend this session, stop by to thank Ed and talk about how we can collaborate with you. Finally, I would like to make one other observation. While collaboration among journalists is key, perhaps even more important is collaboration with our communities. We need their input, we need their feedback. The community leaders, the nonprofits, the grassroots organizations, these are the people who can form our content. We religiously connect with our community through advisory groups that have been incredibly powerful for the station. It's part of our DNA at Detroit Public Television. I'm sure you share that point of view. These are the people who can inform our content. We can give them voice, and that is critical. We call it community-based journalism. It's a passion that I'm sure that you share with us. Thank you, and now we'll turn it back to Cassandra and get going on the hard work of today. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Rich. We appreciate your support. Before we move into talking about the 2024 State of Collaboration in the Journalism Industry, I want to thank a few people for their support of the summit. This is our 8th symposium on collaboration in journalism. I've been here for 3 of them. It's been remarkable. We could not do this without the support of our sponsors, who make everything possible, allowing us to rent this space, paying for the food, for the speakers, for everything. A huge thank you to the Reynolds Journalism Institute, Knight Foundation, the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, Inasmuch Foundation, the Kresge Foundation, the Lenfest Institute for Journalism, American Press Institute, and the New York Michigan Solutions Journalism Collaborative. And last but not least, our home, Montclair State University, for their generous financial support of this event. And a big thank you to our event staff, led by Denise Shannon and Joe Amditas. If everybody could join me in giving them a round of applause. Last but not least, thank you to Stephanie Murray. I hope you're watching us. I know you're watching us right now. Director of the Center for Cooperative Media, who is the architect and powerhouse behind this and every CJS. If you could join me in giving Stephanie a round of applause. Stephanie, you are sorely missed. And while you're not able to join us today, Stephanie did record a message for us on the state of collaboration in journalism. And we'll turn it over to that video message now. Thanks, everyone.
Hi everyone, I'm Stephanie Murray with the Center for Cooperative Media at Montclair State University, and welcome again to the 2024 Collaborative Journalism Summit. I'm on the screen, I'm not there in person, which I'm really sad about, but I know you're going to have a wonderful conference, and I wish I was there with you all, and I'm cheering all of our speakers and attendees on from back here in New Jersey. But I am joining you today via this recording to tell you about the state of collaboration. So every year at the Collaborative Journalism Summit, we talk to you about the trends that we see at the Center for Cooperative Media as it relates to journalism collaboration, mostly in the United States. And so a few weeks ago, we put a post on Medium that outlined 6 of these trends, which I'm going to talk to you a little bit about today. So the first trend is collaboration in journalism being a nationwide focus. So this is something that we've been seeing happen over the last several years and is really being supercharged now. So I'd be remiss in this section if I didn't mention Press Forward. So while Press Forward is not a journalism collaborative per se, it represents a collaboration within journalism. And it's meant to supercharge philanthropic investment in journalism in the United States, beginning with the $500 million commitment that they talked about last year, which is huge. And the work that Press Forward is doing tracks with other national trends that we see in terms of collaboration within journalism. I would love to mention NPR, which has continued to expand its collaborative newsrooms, now which cover most of the United States. They have 10 collaboratives as part of its footprint, from Texas to California to New York, the Gulf Coast, the Midwest, and up to New England. And of course, the Local Media Association has continued to grow its nationwide collaboratives, most notably Word and Black and News is Out. And these kind of really large efforts have helped push partnership in the industry to the center stage. So a second trend that we see is collaboration is expected and not simply encouraged like it used to be. So speaking of Press Forward, collaboration is something that they talk about a lot there. One of their shared values has to do with independence and interdependence. But it's not only funders that are centering and expecting collaboration and partnership in journalism. This is something that we see from a lot of news organizations, especially startups. Most news organizations, nonprofit news organizations, for example, they build collaboration into their workflows from the very beginning. The 19th and Grist are both great examples of national news organizations that have really sophisticated partnership networks that they've started really from the beginning, that include networks that span the country. Of course, Floodlight and Catchlight also operate nearly entirely through collaboration. And then there's the Rural News Network from INN, as INN also operates collaboratives as well. Another trend this year that we're seeing that's a continuation of trends we've talked about in the past, but with some great success, is business side collaboration, which is booming. So this is one of the most common questions that people ask us about journalism collaborations. In addition to how to best structure and run them, how can we make money? How can we make them sustainable and help them continue to grow, survive, and thrive? And so many have started to raise revenue and earn money together. One of the most successful organizations at business side collaborations right now is URL Media. So URL Media is building a network of high-performing Black and Brown news organizations, and they're going to speak at this year's summit. And they have been wildly successful selling advertising and sponsorships across that network, as well as doing other business side capacity building work for the organizations that they work with. Of course, LMA's Word and Black Collaborative and News is Out, which you'll also hear from at this year's summit, have had some really great success selling advertising, branded content, and doing sponsorships. So the fourth trend that we see is a trend that we'd like to take off this list, which is the fact that distribution is still a thorn in the side of a lot of journalism collaboratives in the United States. So what I mean by distribution is how to get content produced by members of the collaborative into the hands of all collaborative members and even other news organizations that are adjacent to the collaborative. Everyone handles it differently, and there's been at least a half dozen, if not more, different ways to try to solve this problem over the years. We have the Associated Press's Story Share, we have Distributed Media Lab, or two current platforms that are used by several collaboratives. Yet this is still an issue, so much so that we have two entire discussions planned for this topic at this year's summit. So our fifth trend has to do with cross-field collaboration. So a couple years ago, the Center for Cooperative Media studied cross-field collaboration, thanks to support from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. So we looked specifically at how civil society organizations and journalists are partnering for journalistic endeavors and for shared impact. We found that the most successful cross-field collaborations had those shared impact goals, as well as similar values and clearly spelled out expectations. And since we published that paper, we've seen more and more of these kinds of collaborations. And then in the United States, our center has worked extensively with the Rita Allen Foundation to put that cross-field research into action by supporting community engagement work that involves specifically scientists and journalists. And we think this is only going to continue to grow throughout the rest of this year and into 2025 and beyond. One more example of that cross-field collaboration is the Documenters program, which in the past has primarily attracted journalists, but has expanded recently to include sites in at least 3 cities that are run by local civil society organizations rather than journalists. And that's something that I think if you talk to City Bureau and the folks at Documenters, they think is only going to continue to grow. So our last trend is that journalism collaborations have become more sophisticated. They are absolutely more science than art today. So the center, we have recently wrapped up research examining the characteristics of permanent journalism collaboratives in the United States. And I can't wait to continue to share findings from that research. But one thing that we saw clearly early on is that the organizations have become highly sophisticated. We've counted nearly 50 standalone or semi-permanent collaboratives in the United States with their own employees, own budgets. Some are 501c3s. One just became a public benefit corporation. That's Word in Black. And they're not just kind of guessing and feeling their way along like it seemed maybe 5 to 7 years ago. Today we have best practices, playbook, impact guidance, really experienced collaboration managers, research, and more to help guide these organizations. And of course, this national conference devoted entirely to the topic. In addition, Heather Bryant, one of our most beloved collaborators when it comes to collaborative journalism in the United States. She was most recently the interim executive director of Tiny News Collective. For the last year, she's been leading deep dives on collaboration policy with a really wide-ranging group of collaboration leaders from across the United States, touching on financial policy, contest policy, values, ethics, agreements, things that go even deeper than some of the research that we have to date have gone. So to wrap up, collaboration in journalism is growing. It's not going away. It's becoming more and more prevalent in how we work. But as I just mentioned, it's becoming much more sophisticated. It's expected, it's ingrained in how journalists in the United States and around the world work. And that's something we think is only going to continue to happen. And as collaboration becomes more sophisticated, as collaboration changes and grows, we will continue to track it at the Center for Cooperative Media. And I invite you to visit collaborativejournalism.org, where we document everything happening in this part of the industry, and sign up for our collaborative journalism newsletter, which goes out twice a month and has all the updates from collaboration and journalism. And I hope everyone has a wonderful time today and tomorrow at the Collaborative Journalism Summit. Thank you so much for traveling and being here and sharing all your insight with each other. We really appreciate it. Hope you have a great time.
Good morning, collaborators. Cassandra, thank you for setting the stage for me here. I am Liza Gross. As Cassandra mentioned, I will be co-hosting this year's summit. Yes, I am subbing for the incomparable Stephanie Murray, who is at the moment engaged in another type of collaboration with her soon-to-be-born baby. So, if we hear any developments, we will relay them immediately, but I don't think we will hear any developments. So I am a senior advisor for Solutions Journalism Network and a friend and frequent partner in crime of the Center for Cooperative Media. My job now is to introduce our opening keynote, Mr. Gerard Ryle, head of the International Consortium of Investigative Journalists. Gerard will be hosted by Kevin Hall, of the Organized Crime and Corruption Reporting Project. Gerard will give us what I am sure will be fascinating insight into how he runs one of the most impactful and complex collaborations in the entire planet. Please join me in welcoming Gerard and Kevin, who have traveled a very long way to be here with us today.
How's everybody doing? So, in addition to taking a photo to tweet, which is mandatory, I'm going to pull some papers out and then we'll get started. Got to do that. So, how many people are from Detroit versus out of Detroit? That's a trick one. I know, I'm trying to grab a paper. How many people are from Detroit, I should say? So we got a good home crowd here. Okay. Sorry to do this here, but there was nowhere to set it down. Okay. So we're not going to go too deep in terms of bios and stuff like that. You could read up on who we are. But a little backstory on Mr. Ryle is that I owe my career in some ways to him. I was a foreign correspondent and for the McClatchy chain, and then came back and was the national chief economics correspondent, and happily covering the economy when we got this call from the folks at ICIJ and said, hey, we have this really interesting leak, and it might be of interest to you. And there was a lot of interest to the Miami Herald. And we worked closely together on the Panama Papers, which changed both of our lives pretty dramatically. And I then went full investigative and ended up many years later with one of their closest partners, OCCRP. So, a small world. Now, my counterpart, who works out of the Washington office for Gerard, Fergus Shield, had asked him, there's got to be, give me some antidotes, who's gone after Gerard online or something like that. And there was nothing, not too much. He's managed to avoid too many punches online, but Gerard asked me to share with you that Gerard started his career on a paper called the Longford News in Ireland's Midwest, so that would make him a Midwesterner of sorts. And memorably, the paper was owned and edited by a former stage actor and circus owner. Now, I think everybody in this business can identify with the circus owner component. And Longford town is built on the fording point of River Camlin. Camlin itself comes from the word Camlin in Irish, maybe mispronouncing that, which means crooked pool. And Fergus rightly noted that Gerard has been staring into crooked pools ever since. So we'll start with that. People have the misconception that the Panama Papers was kind of the first, and in fact it wasn't. You want to give us a little of the evolution of how we got to the Panama Papers, and then how collaboration became that model?
Actually, for me, it actually started here in Michigan. I was a fellow at the University of Michigan, and that plays a big role in me getting here. I was working for many years as a reporter in Australia. I started the investigative team at the Sydney Morning Herald, and increasingly I got really frustrated with what was happening in our business. Or we had 450 reporters at one point. Suddenly we had 300. It was going down all the time. And the area that kept coming back on was investigative reporting, because obviously it's the most expensive part of the business. And I got so frustrated that I decided to go into management, and I actually became the news editor of the newspaper. And that's when I got a call out of the blue from Michigan, actually from the former director of the Michigan program, who was sitting on an organization called the Center for Public Integrity in Washington, D.C. And the ICIJ was part of that at the time. It was actually a very small part of it. And he just begged me to apply for the director's job because he wanted to try and get as many candidates as possible. But what I didn't know at the time is that they were really desperate to get somebody who was an American to take over, because the only funding that they had was actually from a Dutch foundation, and the Dutch foundation had been criticizing the fact that the ICIJ, even though it had international in its name, was actually very American focused, and they were desperately anxious that they wouldn't get a renewal on this funding. So the only reason that I was actually hired to take over was because I was an American.
The Panama Papers, I guess there's some news for those. Does everybody know what the Panama Papers is? Do we really need to go backwards and give any introduction to what it was? I think everybody good. So we actually, the night before we both arrived, or as we were both arriving, we got the news that Ramon Fonseca, one of the two protagonists or antagonists of the Panama Papers, passed away last night. So before we go back into history, maybe, Gerard, we're going to get ahead of ourselves and just talk a little bit about why Ramon Fonseca is someone worth remembering today.
Yeah, the Ramon Fonseca was part of the Mossack Fonseca Panama law firm that was hacked, or somebody actually scraped 40 years of records of this law firm and gave it to a newspaper in Germany, which then passed it on to us at ICIJ. they basically, for 40 years, they've been setting up accounts for people who wanted to keep secrets around the world. And these are rich and powerful people. And they could pretty much get away with anonymizing anything if you went through this company. But their clients were actually the major banks and accountancy firms. And as far as Mossack Fonseca were concerned, they weren't doing anything wrong. All they were saying is, you know, clients came to us looking for anonymity. We provided that as a service. And they basically said they were like car dealers. And it wasn't their responsibility if that vehicle was later used for a bank robbery. But this anonymous person, John Doe, contacted a reporter in Germany, gave these 40 years, it was like 11.5 million records. So basically every client file, every email, everything for 40 years on this firm. And it was really the biggest leak of offshore records that anyone had ever seen. And it really gave you an insight into how this secret world worked. Because up till now, no one really knew how it worked. All these secrets were kept by these types of firms. And yeah, we basically, once the German reporter contacted me about it, I flew over to Munich. We then negotiated with their newspaper to try and get a couple of months to look at this, because obviously a lot of information. And then I went to London and I contacted the BBC and the Guardian. I sat down with them, I signed them up. Because I realized at that point we'd actually start looking at the material. There were names from all over the world here. And what we really wanted to do was bring as many reporters from around the world together to look at this, to really tell a story in a way that couldn't have been told otherwise. I think initially I negotiated, it was around April of 2015, I'd negotiated with the editor of the paper that we would have until September, which seemed ridiculously short to me, but I figured I could work that out afterwards. And yeah, and then we started basically contacting newspapers around the world, TV stations, radio stations, saying, hey, we've got a great story for you. One of the organizations we went to was the Miami Herald. Let me tell you that not everyone thought this was a story. I went to some of the biggest news organizations in the US at the time, and they turned us down and said they couldn't see this, they just couldn't see the vision of this. And I know that internally, there was a lot of debate inside your organization too as to whether this was a story. But over a period of a year, we basically brought 380 reporters from 76 different countries, and we all worked together secretly. We were a pretty, I told you I went over to the ICIJ. It was in 2011. When I went over there, we had 3 people working for us. And by the time Panama Papers came along, we had a very, very tiny budget. So everything we were doing was, basically with sticks and stones as far as I'm concerned. We had to share the documents because we had learned how to do that. And so what we used open source software. And it was actually software that had been designed to share librarian book titles. And then we decided we needed also to bring the reporters together into an online newsroom. So we built an online newsroom that had been designed originally as a dating website. And that's how and so what the reporters did is they went in looking at the documents, and then they went into the online newsroom and then discussed and shared everything that they found. Because at that point, there were only like 2 rules for our collaboration. You had to tell everybody what you were seeing right away, and also ICIJ, we actually decided when we were going to publish. And then really what happened over that period of 12 months is that reporters would see something in the documents, they would go into the online newsroom, they would share it. Often you would share something like one of the stories that emerged from this was these sporting stars that had been putting their image rights into offshore companies in order to avoid taxes in the country where they were applying their trades. And one reporter saw one famous sports star, talked about it in the online newsroom, then somebody else saw somebody else, and then before you knew it, there was a cluster of sports stars. Because like with investigative reporting, what you're looking for all the time, you're looking for patterns. And the patterns began to emerge inside this online newsroom. And one of the biggest patterns, of course, was that we started seeing all these politicians and prime ministers and presidents from around the world that were secretively using offshore companies.
And one of the criticisms was that, well, this must have been the CIA who leaked this because there really weren't any Americans. Where were all the Americans? How come there weren't? And what we've tried to tell people consistently over the years is there, in fact, were quite a few Americans, and we wrote about them. They weren't Bernie Madoff size, but the kind of people who would need secrecy Ponzi schemes, pump and dump schemes, CFTC scams, all of these commodity scams, they're all in there, and we wrote quite a bit about them. But there was this perception that somehow the United States was underrepresented in there, and not the case at all. And in fact, I think one of the more impactful results of the Panama Papers is it drew attention to how the U.S. was being used as an offshore haven itself. So I had focused on Nevada and Wyoming. Almost the entire city of Guayaquil had an offshore account in Nevada with Mossack Fonseca. The Russians in particular were quite fond of using small towns in Wyoming and mailboxes at banks in Wyoming as addresses for railcar, fraudulent railcar feather bedding and stuff like that. So it was really a remarkable story, but since this focus today is the Collaborative Summit, the one thing that was really striking about it, and I think we were just talking a little bit about this too, reflecting on it, is how it kind of changed the model. So I've heard a lot of ICIJ people speak, and I've spoken at the same conferences often about the lone wolf model, and I think ICIJ really changed that model of, I'm going to have the leak, I'm going to work the leak, and this is going to be my glory. That lone wolf model, I think, is widely pushed out the door now between our two organizations, ProPublica, a number of INN partners, Cal Matters, take the pick. I think now collaboration really is not even a second thought. It's assumed it's going to happen, and I think it's hard to imagine, thinking back just 9 years ago, that we'd be where we are today. I think that's my observation. How do you look back on that collaboration, that aspect of it, the collaborative aspect?
Well, for me, it began with having nothing, because I came from Australia, where we had incredible resources still when you think about it now, although at that stage, of course, it was deteriorating, to a very small organization, a really tiny team. And for me, ICIJ had already existed, obviously, before I came there. And originally, it was a membership model. And the organization, the parent organization would raise money. We would bring reporters together for a conference once a year. They would swap their business cards and go home. When I got there, because I'd come in the first place out of pure frustration, I really wanted to change the model. And so I realized that because I had no staff, I had no money, and very few prospects, and I was a new country, I could basically start again. And so I realized that if I could find what were going to be great stories, and then go to media partners and convince them that they had to work with us, then I would get all of their resources. And that's really how we changed things at ICIJ. The first project I did, I learned lots of lessons along the way, and it's important to realize that you make lots of mistakes before you actually get things right. The first collaboration we did involved only 8 media partners, and was actually my project at the University of Michigan during my fellowship year. I looked at how human corpses were being recycled into medical products, and this industry was really centered here in the US. But they were obtaining corpses from other countries, and what we found was that they were actually getting corpses from Ukraine, shipping them to Germany, relabeling them as German corpses, and then bringing them in. Now, if you have to think, this is used a lot in cosmetic surgery. If you've got a new nose job, it's actually part of a human body. Bones, skin, other things are actually very valuable. And also, if you think how athletes can now get up after cruciate ligament injuries and go back on the field a year later, it's actually a cruciate ligament mostly from human corpses that allow them to do that. And Wall Street discovered this 30 years ago, and they're actually making billions of dollars by recycling these bodies. But we found that they were getting these bodies from Ukraine. I thought we had a fantastic story. I went to the Washington Post with it, and that's where I learned my first lesson, because the first thing they said to me was, how do we know we can trust your research? And that's kind of when I realized that you need to bring the reporters from each of these organizations with you along the journey. Otherwise, they won't trust the final product. But I also realized that, every way is that everyone brings something to the table. You know, for instance, during Panama Papers, we were in a meeting in Munich when one of the Swiss reporters got up and said, do you know that we can identify every single passport in the documents and tell you which country these people are from? And it turns out that he had worked out there was a little code in each passport in each country.
Thing, yeah.
Yeah, a very small thing. But by him sharing that information with everybody, we were suddenly able to find out how many Americans were in the data, how many Brazilians, and it was an amazing breakthrough. So again, it's about collaboration and about sharing.
Yeah, for sure. And for those of you who are interested, every passport from countries around the world has the letter P and a less than sign, and then a 3-letter name of a country. And with that, then you could take, so if you go on to the ICIJ website, the public-facing website, and just put in P/USA in parentheses, you'd probably get a whole bunch of U.S. passports that are in there. And the thing that was so important about passports is you can come up with all kinds of excuses that your lawyer created a company, you didn't know this, you didn't know that. If your passport's in there, you're kind of toast. It's kind of hard to explain why your passport's in this, Swiss, account that's got the Swiss bank leaks and things of that sort. One of the things I wanted to touch on, even after I managed to put my phone on mute, I didn't mute my watch. So one of the things that's kind of happened since it's laid out, you've got the offshore leaks, which then grew into the Panama Papers, became the next evolution. Let's kind of walk through this evolution. I'll just name the three, and then we can. The three big ones that followed on ICIJ's end were Paradise Papers, FinCEN Files, and Pandora Papers. We tackle those a little bit about why those were so important.
Yeah, first of all, I'm always a great believer that as a journalist, your best source is your audience. And so if you can let people know that you're interested in something, people will tend to actually find you later and give you more information. So when we did the first project back in 2013, it was actually 2.5 million records from a different offshore law firm. And I said at the time that leaks will beget leaks. People will actually find us and give us more information on this topic if we do it the proper way. And that's precisely what happened. After we'd finished the Pandora Papers, we managed to get a hold of the Paradise Papers, which is 13 million records. And then in 2021, we got a hold of the Pandora Papers. In the meantime, what had started happening is that media organizations watching our methodology were coming forward and giving us really good stories. For instance, BuzzFeed News came forward in 2020 and gave us the FinCEN files, which were a bunch of records that they'd managed to get hold of from a person inside the U.S. financial system, which I think was a finalist for the Pulitzer Prize the following year. But they basically came to us because they realized they needed to share this information. We had all of the methodology down pat. We had the technology at this point as well. So yeah, one lesson I've also learned from all of this is let people know you're interested. Do small stories. The small stories will often become the big stories.
Just by a show of hands, how many people have used either the ICIJ or the OCCRP website, the public-facing research tools we each offer? So a couple of you have used them. Okay. For those who are working journalists out there, we both offer public-facing tools and then different levels of access for if you're actually on a project that will help you on certain stories. It's not going to help you do a local story on the school board or whatever, but from an investigative standpoint, if you have a shell company in real estate, or you've got some big buyer of a hotel here and you can't figure out who it is, you just have a shell company, both of us have tools that I think, talk to us afterwards. I think we'd both like to be able to help you dig deeper, and that's, I think, both of our missions in terms of the collaboration. So we've had this kind of evolution in the offshore space, and the offshore space, as we found out in the Panama Papers, was really more than offshore. It was the Swiss banking system. It was this network of offshore providers around the world and ways to move money and how to open and close companies in each jurisdiction. So we found that, the Prime Minister Cameron of Britain had family ties to an offshore. The Pakistani Prime Minister, Iceland's leader fell. a number of, I think there was kind of a growing consciousness that this space involved a bigger question of the income inequality, the power structure in the world. It really signified something else. So what has happened in the background after all these successive leaks is actually a good news story that nobody's really told because we're all too busy doing our work, right? But you've actually had change, right? So the US now has a version of a beneficial ownership registry that every company that has 2 or more employees, 2 to 20 employees or whatever, has to give that ownership information to the Treasury Department. Not perfect. The Commonwealth countries have done something similar. The Swiss banking system really is at least closed to Americans at this point. The John Doe notices from the IRS and the Treasury Department have kind of shut down that component. There are a few places that you can go now with dirty money without, and now the Russian asset tracker and all these things that we've both focused heavily on, Cyprus, your Cyprus Confidential. I think it's harder and harder for bad actors to hide money. Where do you see kind of the gap still in where governments can step in and close some of these things? Some have been addressed.
Yeah, look, I think it's very important as journalists that we don't get into the advocacy field. I think our role is very much we have to show that something is wrong. And then, of course, you've got advocates who then propose new legislation and change, and then you've got to put pressure on government officials, basically, to actually make the change. When you have a big collaboration, when it works properly, you're able to go through all three right away. I mean, we got very lucky with Panama Papers. Let me just tell you, the role that luck can also play with your investigation is very important. I think I originally told you we were due to publish a story in September 2015. We managed to gather together reporters in Munich, which is where the Süddeutsche Zeitung, which is the German newspaper, were based. And we had a big gathering like this with all the reporters, and the trick we used at the time was basically because the editor was absolutely adamant that we had to publish quickly, and we were saying it's going to take months more of work. So what we did during that meeting is that we got every single person in the room to introduce themselves. And so 100 people got up basically and said, I'm from Venezuela, and I'm from this place, and I'm from Brazil, and I'm from here. And by the time the last person had introduced themselves, the editor turned to me and said, you can just take as long as you want. And that's how we decided to publish at that stage in February 2016. And then another stroke of luck, Angela Merkel, the German chancellor, started to wane a bit in the polls. And there were these local elections in Germany that at the time we started weren't important at all. But now the Germans are saying, hey, we have to delay again. We have to delay because we can't afford to get in the way of these local elections. So we decided to publish in April. I think it was the 3rd or the 4th of April in 2016. By absolute sheer good luck, that was the day after, the day after we published was when the Iceland Parliament was due to resume. And of course, one of the big names we'd found in the data was the Icelandic Prime Minister. And when we first saw this data, by the way, and this is a good lesson for journalists, when we first saw his name, which was pretty much on day one, we looked at him, we saw him there, but we noticed that he had registered an offshore company in the British Virgin Islands. But when he registered the company, he wasn't the Prime Minister, he wasn't even a politician. So it took a lot of legwork by a reporter in Iceland. This reporter basically gave up all work for 9 months and did nothing else, was being called by his friends a bum for giving up work because he had to keep it a secret because Iceland is only like 300,000 people. And if he had told anyone what he was doing, there was a good chance it would have got out before he was ready. So he literally had to segment himself away from the rest of society and dig. And to make it a story, he went through all of the records of the Icelandic Parliament to see whether or not this had ever been disclosed. And he found that the day before the Prime Minister was due to disclose it, he had actually sold the company to his wife for $1. And then he went further, and remember this Prime Minister had been elected to sort out the financial mess in Iceland at the time because all the banks had collapsed, and this guy had been brought in to sort it out. And so what the reporter did is he went through manually, one by one, thousands of records of the the Icelandic bank crisis until he found all these companies that were owed money as a result of the collapse. And of course, it was the Prime Minister's job to decide who was going to get the money and who wasn't going to get the money. And sure enough, there in a line in the middle of this was the offshore company from the British Virgin Islands. So this Prime Minister secretly had a financial interest in what he was deciding to do. That is why it became a good story. So we publish on the 3rd. You know, the next day, the parliament in Iceland is surrounded by people. They're throwing yogurt and bananas at the building, demanding the guy's resignation. And that was the moment, again, a piece of luck for us, because he resigns within 24 hours, and then everything to do with Panama Papers became big news around the world. And so all of these organizations, all these media companies that we've been trying to persuade that this was going to be a story, suddenly went crazy for anything to do with the story. And that's, you know, that was our first Prime Minister resignation. I think, yeah. A year later, the Prime Minister of Pakistan was put in jail. And again, that was the first time journalism had ever brought down a leader of Southeast Asia. And again, protests in the streets in Pakistan, court cases, till finally the pressure. Because one thing we learned was that if you have international pressure in some countries, you're more likely to get a result, you know. And then we did have a 3rd Prime Minister resign, but again, terribly tragic. So about 9 months after we published, a reporter who had been working, using our material and then reporting further herself on what she was seeing, was assassinated in Malta. And unfortunately, I mean, it was unfortunate. Everything about this was a tragedy. But she was the mother of one of our employees. And he was the guy who had designed that system that I told you about that was making the documents available to the reporters. He was the one who got the clever idea of using, you know, share filing system for librarians to share the documents.
And that was Daphne Caruana, for those who don't know Daphne. And Daphne had actually been interacting with me as a source without identifying herself. It wasn't until we published that she came out and identified herself, because she didn't want to get accused of, you know, promoting her son. But she was as brave a reporter as there ever was. How many folks here have seen the Panama Paper documentary, the one that Alex Winter from Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure? So at least one person has, a couple people have. I get neither of us get any kickback from this, so we don't benefit, but highly recommend watching it, because the scene in Iceland, both the protests are captured wonderfully in that documentary, but the interview with the Prime Minister where he steps in it is just the Mike Wallace moment for all times.
It's probably worth reflecting on that one too. So the Icelandic reporter that we had brought into the project told us, and again, this is where you should listen to what people tell you. We were saying, how are we going to confront, because we wanted to confront the Prime Minister with all this information. And he said, if I do it myself, he won't talk to me, because, you know, basically he knows that I'm an investigative reporter in Iceland. So what we ended up doing is bringing in the Swedish media partner over to Iceland without making any, you know, without lying or anything. We just basically said that we were doing a documentary, they were doing a documentary on offshore, and they wanted to talk to him because of his outspokenness against offshore companies, believe it or not. And so they put him on camera, and of course he pontificated away about how this was, you know, wrong and evil and no one should do it. And then they said, well, Prime Minister, can you tell me about Wintris? You know, and it was just a classic car crash scene at that point, where eventually he gets up from the interview and storms out, and they follow him with the camera. And that's, you know, that, of course, was going to go across the TV in Iceland, which is what led to the protests. But I should point out that we went with all of these questions to him, and that interview took place about 3 weeks before publication. And so what he tried to do, and what his wife tried to do, was get the story out ahead of us, which was a bit of a problem with collaboration, in that a lot of people know about it, and you're running that risk, and every time you bring somebody new in, that risk is going, you know, higher and higher.
Yeah, I think one of the lessons learned is precisely we learned how to calibrate how much time you give. Talk a little bit about how Putin front-run us, because Putin's reaction kind of was prescient to today. I think looking back, he showed who he really was.
Yeah, again, the Russian reporters, because we're a US organization, and so what we want to do is make sure that we're not showing any malice towards anybody, including Putin. And so we want to be able to put all of the questions that we're going to, that are relevant to the stories to everybody. And of course, that doesn't work in some countries. You know, where I worked in Australia, you would literally ring the person up the night before and put the allegation to them and not really give them a chance to respond. And so when we had, one of our biggest stories in the Panama Papers was about $20 billion that we'd identified that were going through all these offshore accounts, leading to one person. And when we first identified the person, the Russian reporter said, this person is nobody. And he was a cello player in an orchestra in Russia. And they said, look, you're wasting your time. This guy is a nobody. Forget about it. But it turns out we kept digging, and the reporters kept digging. There were about 4 reporters in particular who really dug deeper. They found out that this guy was actually the godfather of one of Vladimir Putin's children. And so it was important that we put questions to Mr. Putin. And, you know, imagine writing a letter, which we had to do, Dear Mr. Putin, with about 40 different questions, which went off to the Kremlin. And then he did us a huge favor. I mean, and the Russian reporters were saying, do this the day before, don't, you know. And we said, no, we have to do it, you know. I'd give them a proper amount of time to respond. So we came to a compromise. And we went 1 week before publication, we went to the Kremlin with the questions. And they immediately called a press conference, which was the best thing that could possibly have happened. And then basically denounced this organization called ICIJ, and they almost mispronounced us, and said that we were, there was an information attack coming on Russia, and all this was going to happen. Well, you know, at that point, I got phone calls from editors all over the world saying we have to publish right away. We were due to go the following week. But I just, you know, my attitude was, this is just building an audience for our story. And I was also amused because I was still going to some big media companies here in America in particular with the story, and they kept telling me it wasn't a story. So it couldn't have been a better compromise. And anyway, and we started getting all these calls as well saying, what story's coming out? So by the time we published, of course, everyone was taking it very seriously. And in fairness to Putin, he was the first to confirm that everything was true.
True, exactly.
Yeah. And because he then realized that we had all his enemies in there as well. We had Prime Minister of England, we had Petro Poroshenko in Ukraine, and then he just basically said, sorry.
So we have 1 hour left.
Anyway, his explanation for the 20 billion, he said it was to buy musical instruments.
Yes, these cellos are very, very expensive, but he had a strategy where each day he responded with a little more information. So he ended up, one day it was Goldman Sachs was behind it, and the Jews. He pulled the anti-Semite card, which is kind of curious today now that Zelensky's a Nazi. Looking back on those comments, but he, you know, over several days he tried to front run it, and then one of the more curious things, and the last question or last point. The Edward Snowden. So nobody was real happy about coming out at like 5 p.m. on Sunday afternoon. Certainly the Miami Herald wasn't thrilled about that. And then Edward Snowden tweeted, before we went live, tweeted out about the Panama Papers. To this day, I don't think Gerard's going to confess here, but we don't know how the hell he knew, and I suspect you can put 2 and 2 together where he was staying, but it was, once Snowden tweeted us, it really, really took off.
Yeah, look, social media went crazy. I mean, everyone went crazy. The stories, you know, I mean, I had gone to a big media outlet for months and months and months all the way through, and they kept saying, you know, come back. So about 5 weeks before publication, I went to them and I said, you know, you've got to run the story. It's going to be huge, you know. And they said, okay. I said, I've got a European, it'll bring down a European Prime Minister. And there was silence from the guy. He's a TV producer. And I said, okay, well, I've got $20 billion of Vladimir Putin's money that we can trace. And again, there was silence. And then he said to me, what else you got, Jared? So if you think that everyone can see a story before it happens, forget about it. Sometimes you just cannot see it until basically until it's suddenly blasting out across the world.
other factors kind of drive it. So in our newsroom, you'll see in the movie, if you watch the movie, that we had a top person who tried to kill our participation, didn't have enough local angle, nothing in it for us. And one of the greatest days of my life was having to hear him say, congratulations for winning the Pulitzer, I guess I was wrong. So you don't get those moments very often in a newsroom either. So are we going to questions here, or have we gobbled up the entire time? I'm going to take liberty to say, let's go to some questions, and they can throw us off the stage. Yeah. Do we want to try to squeeze in one or two questions real quick? Would that get us too far off track? Okay. Well, catch up with us outside.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Well, that was one mind-blowing discussion, which included the odd sentence, in fairness to Putin. I never thought I would hear that in my life. Anyway, thank you so much, Jared and Kevin, and please do hang around because I think we all have 1 million questions each for you. So please don't get lost. But next, we are going to go to one of our most popular features in the summit, the 5-5, the 5-minute, 5 lightning talks. I will be presenting the speakers, and Mr. Joe Amditis will be manipulating the slides. And we'll start off. I will ask the speakers, please, to stand up here so that we can make it run fast. Kathleen Davis from Science Friday will talk to us about strengthening science journalism through collaboration. Kathleen?
Hi, everybody. I'm glad to be here. This is my first CJS. I'm Kathleen Davis. I am a producer at Science Friday. We are a weekly public radio show. We are produced out of WNYC studios in New York, and we air on more than 450 NPR stations across the country. Our show is 2 hours every week, and as you may have guessed from the name, we're focused on science, which sets us apart from some other national public radio shows. So I am here today to talk about a project that I lead alongside my colleague John Dankosky, who could not be here today. It's called The State of Science, and this is a recurring segment on Science Friday's radio show and our digital platforms, and it's a way to highlight science stories from across the country without resorting to parachute journalism. So I don't think I need to tell anybody here that there is a funding crisis in newsrooms across the country. And we find that oftentimes when money is tight, science reporting can be one of the first things to go. And so for us, we know that's a big problem because oftentimes some of the stories that hit people in communities the hardest are stories about climate change and illness and things like that that are really important that often don't get the funding that they need. So public radio reporters across the country have local knowledge, they have contacts, they have experience to cover policy issues that are different in every state, and these local reporters can provide context for climate, health, and environmental stories that are happening everywhere. And so what we do as part of the State of Science is tap into that local knowledge and build stories together. So stories that we have covered as part of the State of Science span a huge range of topics. We've had reporters on the show to talk about the impacts of a chemical spill in East Palestine, Ohio. We've talked about changing water levels in the Colorado River and the efforts to conserve fragile coral reefs in Florida. So often we find that national news organizations focus on nationalizing local science stories, and that happens even if those stories are really rooted in a place. But we find that it's often the local context that really informs a science story. And so what we think sets the State of Science apart is that we want those little details that reminds listeners and readers that they are hearing from a real person who is from a real place. They have the expertise and they have the knowledge to build this story in an effective way. And oftentimes people if you're in New York and you're hearing a story from Oklahoma, it can be nice to really hear and put yourself in that place with those little details. And those local reporters can write that story better and explain that story better than any producer or editor in New York or Los Angeles ever could. And so what does this look like for us? We work almost every week with reporters who are either currently working on a science story or they've recently published a science story for their local newsroom, and we will do an interview with that person on the Science Friday radio show. We'll play some pieces of tape from their reporting, and we'll do a digital build-out of that story. Another thing that we are able to offer is Spanish translation for their stories, which can be hugely important for some local stories that really affect communities. We have also started working on fully co-produced stories with reporters who have experience with the topic, but they maybe haven't had the chance to really dive into it, whether that's because of financial constraints or just time constraints. And so we've been able to fund local science reporters to do some larger scale reporting projects that they've wanted to do. So 2 of those projects that we've done recently, we worked with reporter Eve Zukoff from WCAI in Martha's Vineyard, and that was a story about how offshore wind and right whales have a very complicated relationship, and kind of breaking down the myths and the truths about how those things are interconnected. We also recently had a story about how climate change and especially flooding are impacting cemeteries in southern states and the mitigation around that. That was reported by Eva Tesfaye from WWNO in New Orleans. So reporters who work with us get the opportunity, as I said, to be on the Science Friday radio show and the podcast. We've been able to hire artists to create some really lovely art for these digital build-outs and really make those stories pop. And as I said, we have the opportunity for Spanish translation. So for us, we know that as a national platform, we have more resources than many other local stations that we work with. And so we want to leverage our resources to be able to create some amazing local journalism that also has a national reach. So we're always looking to make connections with public radio reporters. So if there are any here who want to chat with me, please find me. I have some cards in my purse that I'm happy to give you. And then my email is up there and our website if you want to learn a little bit more. But thank you.
Thank you so much, Kathleen. Next up, we will hear from Anna Sysling about the Great Lakes Journalism Collaborative. Anna?
Well, hello, everybody. I am so grateful to be with all of you today. And thank you, Kathleen, for that really great talk about Science Friday. So my name is Anna Sysling, and I'm the host of Great Lakes Now. I also manage engagement and partnership for the Great Lakes Now initiative. So if you're not from around here and you're wondering what is Great Lakes Now, well, it's a regional multimedia initiative housed at Detroit PBS. So what we do is we tell stories about the environment, the climate, and the water all throughout the Great Lakes region. It sounds like a big undertaking, and that's because it is. So it feels really appropriate to be here talking about collaboration because that's really such a big part of what we do at Great Lakes Now. Our engagement model is actually built of dozens of organizations that we partner with, everyone from higher ed institutions to other media outlets, of course, and then community-based organizations. And today I'm going to tell you a little bit about the Great Lakes News Collaborative. We can go to the next slide. Thanks. So the Great Lakes News Collaborative, back in 2021, the Charles Stewart Mott Foundation identified several organizations that were already doing environment and water-related reporting. And those organizations were, of course, Great Lakes Now, Michigan Public, formerly Michigan Public Radio, Bridge Michigan, and Circle of Blue. And the idea of collaborating in some way, in other words, kind of creating potentially something in terms of a package that was greater than the sum of its parts was suggested. And that's kind of how the Great Lakes News Collaborative came into being. And then the Narwhal actually joined last year, and they are a nonprofit news organization based in Canada, really centering climate issues through a First Nations and Canadian perspective. So now fast forward to 2022. Yay, we won the 2022 U.S. Water Prize, which was a real win. And I want to talk a little bit about some of what went into that project. So that particular year, and we've done a project every year now with the GLNC, it was called Water's True Cost. And part of that project was taking into account that at that point, the Biden administration was pouring billions of dollars in federal funding into rescuing water systems across the country. Here in the Great Lakes region, I think we all like to think that we would be right at the cutting edge of a lot of this stuff as it relates to water being in the Great Lakes. In many ways we are, and yet there were still real, I think, glaring issues. Everything from aging water infrastructure to issues around affordability, equity, municipal funding strategies, and looking at the differences between urban water issues, suburban, and rural. So what everyone did who was a member of the GLNC was sort of take a multifaceted approach. Different organizations tackled this issue differently, and we ended up presenting something that, again, we were able to amplify the work that every individual partner was doing and push it out to all of our audiences under this umbrella project, Water's True Cost. Next slide. Thank you. So, that's not to say, though, that there haven't been hardships. We're still definitely learning, and I would say that one of the challenges, some of you might be familiar with this if you are working with media organizations that have a different platform and format than yours, but, it's taking into account the fact that a long-form investigative web piece is going to have a sort of different sensibility than a monthly television segment or a radio story. So it's about, I think, having regular communication, having an open dialogue, and staying flexible, being willing to think about how a story might be best told, and then allowing that person who maybe has, the radio station sort of at their fingertips to tell that particular story. And also to be thinking about the fact that there are different audiences as well. So some of these organizations are specifically focused on Michigan audiences. Others take a regional approach, like us. And then the Narwhal is Canadian in terms of their audience. So it's thinking about sort of how to create, not necessarily force anybody out of their lane, but thinking about, all right, how is an organization telling stories about water issues in Michigan potentially going to tell a story that is illustrative of a larger regional problem? So thinking about that kind of thing. And then we have another project coming up this year. It's going to be called The Checkup. We're examining the intersection of human health, climate change, and water. So stay tuned for that. Everything's over at greatlakesnow.org. And I just want to say, too, the other thing that I feel like all of us are sort of moving toward within the GLNC, and it's an interesting thing, is thinking about, we have these 5 partners. How can we better incorporate our 6th partner being our audience? And to do that, that's really where my position thinking about engagement and partnership, I'm trying to create virtual events and other opportunities for us to actually present the reporting, the finding for these projects, and then give our audience an opportunity to get involved and ask questions and sort of dictate in some ways the nuances and direction of future projects. So greatlakesnow.org is the place to learn more about the Great Lakes News Collaborative, and I would also urge you to subscribe to our newsletter while you're there. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. That was great. Now it's my great personal pleasure to call up my dear friends and a powerhouse combo, Claudia Amaro and Emma Restrepo of the Latino Local News Collaborative.
We want to sit here for our 2 minutes of fame. Buenos días. We'll start with a small video here. Do we have some audio?
We're all, struggling financially. It's thought it was interesting that we all have some of the same issues as well. As small publications or media outlets, we're all, struggling financially. It's not the easiest industry to be in. So it's good to know that it's nothing that I'm doing personally. And, it's good to have that collaboration to bounce ideas off of, and they're on different states. So that was what I enjoyed about being in the collaboration. And yes, I do think that there's open doors for more collaboration, maybe even including other media outlets to participate in the coming. So now that we know what we're doing a little bit now.
I hope you guys heard all of that. Well, my name is Claudia Amaro. I'm the editor-in-chief and founder of Planeta Venus, a bilingual newsroom in Wichita, Kansas. Last year, at the Collaborative Journalism Summit in Washington, Amy Maestas, Lisa Gross, who is right here, and I had a conversation about the need of a space for Latinos to collaborate. Latinos newsroom serving bilingual audiences, Spanish-speaking audiences. And a few weeks or months later, Amy reached out to me, along with other, I want to say about 10 newsrooms who serve the Latino community population in their own spaces. And only 5 of us remained meeting or continued to meet. I want to say twice a month, and Emma will talk to you a little bit more about that. It was Dos Puntos platform from Philadelphia, La Voz Central from Central Pennsylvania, Filatinos from Philadelphia, La Raza from Chicago, and of course, Planeta Venus from Kansas. All of us continued to meet and decided to focus our efforts on exploring the Latino vote. We really wanted to learn more about the reasons why Latinos are not voting, what the behaviors are, and everything in between. Together, we designed a survey, and each newsroom focused on our unique audiences. Emma Restrepo and her team at Dos Puntos platform took the lead in managing the project. The rest of us engaged with our communities in diverse ways. Some of us had one-on-one meetings, like me, for my podcast, and I want to say the most important thing of this collaboration was those conversations that we had when we came back and report. Because, we hear all the time about the sleeping giant, the Latino community in elections being the sleeping giant, and we're not. We're very diverse within our Latino community, and that's what each of our newsroom really highlighted with our different audiences geographically, and even where are those Latinos coming from. 3 things that we were able to learn from that collaboration that is often overlooked by media is Latinos really want to vote, but struggle to find essential information about issues in Spanish. And honestly, they said, we don't want to hear about their politicians' platforms. We want to hear more stories about it. Some Latinos, especially depending on where they are, like in Chicago, for example, are deeply invested in local politics and issues impacting family life. And then some even said not voting is not an option for some Latinos. So each of our newsrooms shared this information with our audiences in different ways at the end of the project. For example, like I said, I did interviews and I created a podcast. Emma and her team did some videos, and other people did some writing, reporting. We hired bilingual journalists who put together all of our reports and came up with a really nice report that you can check on our new website that we just designed as a collaborative. And I'm just gonna hand it out to Emma so she can share with you where we are right now, where we're planning on going.
Hi, well, we thank Amy and Liza. They had this idea and they were the one who put us together. One of the things that we did in the beginning was to negotiate with Solution Journalism to establish new rules that will benefit us as a group by achieving a better balance between the cost and the time and the effort that we put as a local and hyperlocal media. We know that it's hard to survive, so we need to establish probably different rules like others to work with bigger organizations. We agreed to meet twice a month initially, but now we meet once a month, but we are producing a radio show once a month. And that's important because it provides us with a sense of productivity and accomplishment. We rotate the coordination of the radio program, and we also produce short videos to disseminate it on social media. Every local and hyperlocal media brings a different side of Latinas, first and second generation, and that is enriching the group. We benefit both and individually. For example, we are part of the Latino media professionals, but we also provide specifically, every member can also benefit without the group. We are moving on Google Doc and Slack, and I think we have managed to build trust and camaraderie, and we think that probably keeping this topic of Latino vote is important for us to moving forward. Thank you.
Gracias.
Gracias, Claudia Dema. In this important electoral year, if you want to better understand your Latino audiences and their political perspectives or attitudes, talk to these women. So next up is Tay Glass to tell you about the Philly Story Fest.
Okay. Howdy, folks. My name is Tay Glass. I am a producer for Back Pocket Media and StoryFest. This mic is better? Cool. Thank you. We'll start that again. Hi, all. My name is Tay Glass. I'm a producer for Back Pocket Media and for StoryFest, which is what I'm here to talk to you about today. So, what is StoryFest? It's a good question. StoryFest is a multi-location, multi-day, live art and journalism festival. I know I just threw a lot of multi-syllabic words at you, so I'll break that down. Basically, we partnered with news orgs from across the region's media ecosystem and featured journalists and sources live on stage talking about the behind the scenes, the intimate personal details of their reporting process. And so what that looks like is getting, a journalist behind the mic, but also supplementing it with art and music and multimedia. You see a drum line, which is like classic Philly. So I can't tell you exactly how to do this, but I can tell you how we did this. Step one is to move to Tokyo and become a Wiggles-esque children's entertainer and then get obsessed with journalism and storytelling. Obviously I'm kidding a little bit. Step two, this is where we really get into it. Work with newsrooms across the country. We're really lucky in the 2 years leading up to StoryFest to partner with dozens of news orgs and reimagine their pre-existing pieces for the stage. And again, we learned a lot through this process. We got to iterate again and again. Here are some of the newsrooms that we worked with during that time. But we got really great feedback. People loved these events. One thing that people came away with was that they actually trusted the journalist more because of the stories that they heard and hearing them and seeing them as human beings. So we also found during this time that it was a large lift for our partner newsrooms to work in this one-to-one model. And so we pivoted to a collaborative model, pitched this to the Knight Foundation. They graciously funded us. And then we had the problem of how do we convince local news orgs and art foundations, et cetera, to participate. So 3 steps. One was to find an advocate. We found that advocate through Resolve Philly. We love them. They helped facilitate intros to many of our partner newsrooms. They also helped us distribute tickets to underserved members of the community. We made it a point to uplift local on every level, whether it was the people designing our website, or the musicians we're featuring on stage, or the animators, the dancers, etc. And at the end of the day, words are cheap. You just got to do it. You got to prove that, you're invested and really want to make this thing work and feel by and for the people of Philadelphia, despite the fact that we were outsiders coming in. Step 4 is to curate a diverse and uplifting show. One sort of secret I can share with you all is that news fatigue is real, and people want something that is fun and uplifting. So we start our shows intentionally with a story that is a bit lighter and funnier, a bit softer, maybe, delve into those heavier subjects, and then end on something that is hopeful. And that was really helpful. And so we'll see how audiences responded. They felt that the event uplifted Philly's art and culture community, which was huge. And I think because of the surround sound effect of all of our media partners, we sold out to 600 people with another 300 on the wait list. So that was pretty exciting for us. And of the people we polled, 100% would recommend StoryFest to others. And the quote at the bottom still kind of gets me to this day. I am never more proud to be from Philadelphia as I am today. That was so huge. So step 5, present moment. We are growing StoryFest, both in size and in impact. We're gonna do 2 nights of the main stage show in Philadelphia, more newsroom partners. We are also growing StoryFest to Detroit. Woo! I've chatted with a lot of people in this room. Many partners have already signed on, and we're starting to get into editorial, which is fun. And then, of course, the challenge that faces all of us is to prove sustainability. So if you ever want to talk, share a story, something that we should put on our stage, maybe collaborate on an event together, please let me know. My contact info is right there, tay@backpocket.media. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you, Tay. I think I am proposing a salsa number for next year's summit. What do you guys think? So rounding up our 5 is Nisa Ree to talk about collaborating on climate change for local impact.
Hey, thank you. All right, yes, I'm Nisa Ree. I am the executive director and co-founder of Borderless Magazine. We're a nonprofit news outlet based in Chicago covering immigration and immigrant communities in a fully bilingual news outlet. And today, yes, I want to talk to you about collaborating on climate change for local impact. So Pew does a study each year where they ask Americans what should be the main priorities for the president and Congress. And they give people a list of options to choose from, and things like immigration, economy, climate change. I'm wondering what you think, what do people say about climate change? What percentage of Americans think climate change should be a top priority for president or Congress? And you can just shout out ideas. 8%, wow. 35, okay. 75, wow, that's quite the range. Oop. We skipped one. So the answer is 36%. 36% of Americans in 2024 think dealing with climate change should be a top priority. And I'm a journalist, I'm a local journalist. When I hear numbers like that, I ask why. And really what I think and what I see in Chicago, and I'm sure you can relate to this where you live, is when people hear the word economy, they think about the prices of food at the grocery store, they think about their job security. When people hear about climate change, they think about polar bears, or they think about electric vehicles that they can't afford. And really, we as journalists, need to get better about localizing these issues and reminding people that climate change is things like this. So in Chicago last year, we had a huge storm. Lots of people's basements were flooded. My basement was flooded. We had to pull out everything in the basement, redo the floor. This is a family that was impacted as well in suburban Cicero, which is predominantly Latino, predominantly Spanish-speaking, and has a large undocumented population. This is Delia and Ramon Vasquez. And the slides got a little bit out of order here, but no worries. Could you go back one? I don't know why we're just, yeah, I don't know where they went, but okay, anyways. We're missing about half the slides. That is no worries. Delia and Ramon Vasquez, this is 24 hours after the storms. Their basement was still flooded with water. And they're showing the damage to their property. So the collaboration that we did was through INN, and it had GRIS, Planet Detroit, Borderless, Wisconsin Watch, NCA, and Sahan Journal. I know some of you are in here, so I'm excited that you all can ask more questions to them later. But the name of the collaboration is Inundated, and we decided to really localize this climate change issue and look at flooding in particular. And the impact of that was really to uplift some of the solutions. So we can go to the next slide now. We looked in Chicago at a program called Rain Ready that is being used at some suburbs and places around the city. And it's really driven by community solutions and community conversations. So this is an example of a community conversation happening around these issues. And people came together and decided, okay, we have a pool of money, how are we gonna spend it? And you know,
If you give me 30 seconds,
30
I will
seconds.
get these slides back up. Something happened. I got it.
Okay.
30 seconds on the clock.
30,
Ready?
30 seconds, okay. All right. Well, this is magic. I just want to say that I don't know what number conference this is for me, maybe 4, but I do love this conference. It's one of my favorite. I see a lot of familiar faces in the audience today. I love how we're all coming together each year to talk about these collaborative issues. And yes, it is working. Thank you. All right. Thank you. Yes. All right. Well, these are the members of the collaboration, Inundated. So yes, please find out, talk to these members. I know people are here. We all focused around the Great Lakes, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Illinois, of course, and really looked at different aspects of the flooding and solutions. All right, this I already shared about Rain Ready program, and one of the solutions, of course, that is being used across these different places is stormwater storage basin. This is an example of that, and really trying to take a more is more approach with addressing climate change. Climate change is, again, this global issue that people think about on a global scale, but we really need to localize it and provide local solutions. And sometimes those local solutions are really small, just like this field that is doing a lot of work to prevent home flooding and thousands of dollars to damage, like in the Vasquez house example. This collaboration was really impactful for the 6 newsrooms because we were able to republish it amongst ourselves and beyond. So we had other outlets, other amplifiers beyond that. 130,000 unique visitors from the participating newsrooms and national republication partners. And for Borderless, we were able to also leverage the work that we did on this story to do more reporting on flooding, more collaborations with local Chicago news outlets, and then also leverage it to get a Report for America Corps member this year, starting in July, to focus specifically on environmental racism and climate change in our region. So we were really able to leverage, this one off-project collaboration and make it a bigger, longer-term investment in covering these issues, localizing these issues in our area. All right, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Nisa. As most of you know, Joe Amditis will leave no stone unturned in his quest for perfect execution. But now, quick break. Bio break, talk amongst yourselves, coffee break. We'll see you here back at 11 sharp for a discussion led by Detroit's own Outlier Media. Thank you.
It all started with a simple idea.
I think the future of local news is all about community.
The future of local news is exciting in my mind. It is robust.
The future of local news is New Jersey. It's exactly what is happening here, because I believe the future of local news is bottom-up ecosystems.
A new framework for understanding the information landscape not as a collection of individual silos, but as an interconnected ecosystem of journalists, information providers, and media organizations of all shapes and sizes. We called it the New Jersey News Commons.
Jersey News Commons is an initiative to try to strengthen journalism in the state and to see what can happen if news organizations work cooperatively.
Of course, fostering this kind of cooperation at this scale within an industry that has a history steeped in capitalist competition and organizational mistrust would prove to be challenging at times. But in 2012, the center had a secret weapon. Her name was Debbie Gallant.
So what has cropped up is a lot of individuals who used to work at mainstream media or who never worked at mainstream media who've said, I'm going to build something myself.
With the support of the Dodge and Knight Foundation and a base at Montclair State University, Debbie traveled from city to city, meeting and speaking with newsroom leaders and entrepreneurs from all over the state, working to build a foundation of trust and cooperation.
We are multimedia website, so meaning that we not only post like articles, but we do have pictures and videos, and we are bilingual.
We're very excited about the fact of being part of New Jersey News Commons.
A lot of things get missed in the normal media chain.
We started an online news site that focuses on policy issues.
A third of our listeners are in New Jersey, and we are providing them with more news and information about what's going on in the state every day.
Then Superstorm Sandy hit.
Hurricane Sandy was one of the biggest stories to ever hit New Jersey.
Before the center even had its website up and running, Debbie and the Center for Cooperative Media managed to rally the efforts of 8 hyperlocal news sites and the information crowdsourcing phenomenon known as Jersey Shore Hurricane News to work together on a disaster response campaign, which they dubbed NJ Sandy, a multi-day collaborative live blog campaign to distribute critical information to New Jersey residents and share resources between the state's newsrooms in the wake of the storm. It was from the very depths of that chaos, with the help of a little creativity and a lot of collaborative spirit, that the Center for Cooperative Media was truly born. Over the next 4 years, the center would grow to include not just dozens, but hundreds of local news organizations and reporters across New Jersey. So did the number and variety of trainings and grant programs and resources it offered to the partners, including a series of statewide conferences focused on issues at the core of any would-be successful local news operation, including one on innovation, sustainability, and local engagement, which is where the idea for Report for America was first unveiled. The center staff also grew and changed over the years. In 2013, Judon Marshall came on as the center's new director, and a year later, Mary Mann left her position as coordinator at the center to co-found Village Green, a hyperlocal news site serving South Orange and Maplewood. A few months later, they hired this guy. Debbie, Judon, and I worked over the next year to organize statewide collaborative reporting projects involving major New Jersey news organizations and a host of hyperlocal independent outlets from across the state. Judon would eventually leave the center to co-found a media startup called Life Posts with Steve Waldman. Then, in early 2016, after a successful battle with cancer and a long and storied career, Debbie stepped away as associate director of the center and retired. The center was down to just one employee. Enter Stephanie Murray and our new research director, Sarah Stonbely. Brought on board by then director of the School of Communication and Media, Merrill Brown, Sarah, Stephanie, and I got to work building out the center's internal infrastructure and setting up the research wing of our operation, as well as our new collaborative journalism program. Following the Sustain Local Summit in 2016, Sarah presented the center's first major research project at the 2017 Collaborative Journalism Summit, Comparing Models of Collaborative Journalism, which has gone on to be translated into several different languages and is still frequently cited today as one of the preeminent and authoritative pieces on the field of collaborative journalism. Later that year, after another round of layoffs in Gannett newsrooms across the state, the center was determined to do something, anything, to address the issue in New Jersey. Sarah immediately began working on a report aimed at examining the effects that these newsroom layoffs were having on the coverage of the communities that lost their reporters, and the center hosted a roundtable and networking event at Montclair State for journalists who had recently lost their jobs. 2017 at the center was all about more collaboration at a bigger table with different voices. We started the year by partnering with New America Media and their nationwide network of ethnic and diaspora media partners and NJ Advance Media to host a roundtable discussion with representatives from New Jersey's ethnic and community press. In April, we organized a second roundtable, this time with representatives from the state's Spanish language media. We took the lessons from those events and later applied them to the 2017 Voting Block Collaborative Reporting Project. We also launched the Collaborative Journalism Database in 2018. Maintained by Mariela Santos Muñiz, this vast compendium of collaborative reporting projects contains information about more than 3,500 collaborations from around the world. After welcoming Oni Advincula as our new Ethnic and Community Media Coordinator and Denise Shannon as our Administrative Coordinator, we also helped to launch the Community Engagement and Participatory Journalism project known as Stories of Atlantic City. Toward the end of the year, we created the New Jersey College News Commons, a network of colleges and universities across the Garden State, you guessed it, working together and collaborating. The center went into 2019 excited and optimistic about the future of our work and the field. We started the year with our third round of DEI travel grants, aimed at helping New Jersey journalists attend trainings, events, and conferences hosted by organizations that work toward improving diversity, equity, and inclusion in media. A week later, we announced that the third annual Collaborative Journalism Summit would be held in May at WHYY Studios in Philadelphia. The 2019 summit broke all of our records for attendance, and we actually ran out of food toward the end, but it was clear that the summit was here to stay. In February, we released the Audience Explorer Dashboard by Ned Burke, a free analytics dashboard for small and medium-sized news publishers. Later that month, we announced the winners of our now annual Excellence in New Jersey Local News Awards, and we launched the Peer Learning and Collaboration Fund, an initiative supported by the Democracy Fund and spearheaded by Denise Shannon to accelerate peer learning, relationship building, and collaboration among journalists and media makers across the U.S. In June, the center published a new report on the state of ethnic and community media in New Jersey, authored by Sarah Stonbly and Oni Advincula, which documented a robust and optimistic, yet under-resourced and underappreciated sector of at least 119 community and ethnic press outlets serving New Jersey. The Peer Fund also continued to grow, awarding $15,000 in grants to support peer-to-peer learning for journalists from Philly to California to Alaska, plus another round of DEI travel grants, and in November, through a partnership with the Ethics and Excellence in Journalism Foundation and Inasmuch Foundation, we announced grants to support 5 collaborations in Oklahoma City of up to $9,400 each. Finally, with the 2020 census lurking just around the corner and the Trump administration already attempting to muddy the waters around historically marginalized and undercounted communities, the center launched the NJ Media Counts Project to help make sure New Jersey's vulnerable and traditionally undercounted communities were properly represented in the census. We worked with our longtime funder, the Dodge Foundation, on a grant to provide stipends to ethnic and community reporters to produce a series of local community forums and in-depth reporting on New Jersey's Gujarati, Turkish, African American, Hindi, Hungarian, Bangladeshi, Pakistani, Filipino, Chinese, and Latino communities. Between these upcoming events and programs, and a range of other activities in 2019, and the optimistic developments around the New Jersey Civic Information Bill, it felt like the center had really come into its own as an organization.
This morning, I signed an executive order directing nearly all of our 9 million residents to quite simply Stay at home. Stay at home. Stay at home.
During those few first months of the year, while everyone could still meet in person, the center was still focused on running all of its events and programs and trainings. But it was only a matter of time. Once the lockdowns initiated, it was clear this thing wasn't going anywhere. So the center did really the only thing it knows how to do. The first thing we did was reach out to our partners to see what they needed. That input, along with a lot of what we'd learned from our previous work over the years, helped us mold a three-pronged approach for the early stages of the pandemic. We focused on information sharing, resource sharing, and funding. There was so much going on, but we worked out an arrangement with NJ Spotlight News to provide all of its COVID-19 coverage to our partners for republication for free, a pop-up daily newsletter sharing those stories and other reporting resources. We made arrangements to provide shared graphics and photos, also for free. We sent out daily communications with COVID-19 related resources and journalism funding opportunities. We also started translating COVID-19 content into Spanish, English, and Korean. We also created 2 COVID reporting fellowships, one to support ethnic media reporters covering the pandemic, and another to support freelancers and to cover some of the costs of any new equipment they needed. A few months in, Stephanie got word that NorthJersey.com was working on a project called Loved and Lost, with the goal of documenting and remembering the lives of every New Jersey resident who was lost to the disease. Dan Sforza and his team at North Jersey quickly agreed to bring us on as collaborators, and that project continues to this day. We also had to completely rethink our event strategy, as everything was now completely virtual and almost no one knew how to use Zoom. Projects like the Peer Learning and DEI travel grants were completely up in the air, and right before the lockdown was initiated, we had unfortunately publicly announced that the Collaborative Journalism Summit would be coming to North Carolina in May 2020. We decided to take the summit completely virtual, which meant it would be the first major journalism conference in the US to take place completely on Zoom. After the summit, which was thankfully a success, the center published a series of new reports, research, and collaborative workbooks. And in December, we released a full report on all of the election-related programs and support we provided during the 2020 elections. In the early months of 2021, as vaccines were becoming available, but many were still either hesitant or outright defiant, the center decided to host press briefings about the vaccine rollout and response in New Jersey. In October, ONI was even able to secure an exclusive press briefing for New Jersey News Commons members right before the gubernatorial election with Governor Murphy himself. After looking through the early findings of our news ecosystem mapping project, we decided to team up with the Philadelphia Association of Black Journalists to address the growing lack of news and information produced with and for communities of color, especially in South Jersey. We dubbed the initiative the South Jersey Information Equity Project, and it's currently led by our new Assistant Director of Programming and Membership, Cassandra Etienne, along with Coordinator Adrian Baldock. Later, the center would go on to start Stories Invincible, led by Project Coordinator Reet Starwind, with a similar goal of producing restorative narratives about the residents and communities in Camden, New Jersey. In December, we rolled out a long overdue revamp of the New Jersey News Commons membership structure with new tiers, benefits, and a sharper focus on individual memberships in addition to our organizational relationships. The last 10 years at the center have flown by, although the last 2 years somehow feel even longer. We can't know what will happen or what to expect over the next 10 years. And 2022 has already been quite the ride. But whatever happens, we're glad to have partners, funders, and friends like you here with us for the journey. So, here's to another 10 years of cooperative media.
in-place editor at Scalawag. I don't have slides today, but yeah, I'm just going to give you a bit of a story about our collaboration.
All right, welcome back. I hope everyone had a chance to stretch their legs a bit, maybe grab some refreshments. And now it's my pleasure to move us into our next session. Next up, we've got a Detroit Power panel led by Outlier Media's Erin Perry. This group is going to tell us how they use collaborative power to correct false narratives in the Motor City. Dr. Perry, I'll hand it over to you.
That doctor title is really new for me, but I'm embracing it. Thank you. Thank you all so much. Again, my name is Erin Perry. I am the managing editor of Outlier Media, and today with this fantastic group of leaders, we are going to talk to you for about 35 minutes about how we work collaboratively and why we work collaboratively. I understand that this group is one that kind of likes the nuts and bolts of things, and so we'll try not to talk at 40,000 feet, which is what, a lot of our corporate sponsors and funders and philanthropists and things like that would like us to do, but we're gonna be very straightforward with you all today, because collaboration is not always easy, but it is absolutely necessary. So the first thing that I would like for the panel to do is just introduce yourself. Give your name and your title and your news organization, and we will get started.
Thank you, Dr. P.
You're welcome.
My name is Christine Ferretti. I am the managing editor for Bridge Detroit.
I'm Kenan Oliphant. I'm the senior director of news for WXYZ TV.
I'm Jerome Vaughn. I'm the news director of WDET, Detroit Public Radio.
I'm Lori Higgins. I'm the bureau chief for Chalkbeat Detroit.
I'm Sarah Alvarez, and I'm the editor-in-chief of Outlier Media.
I'm Nina Mizuraka Ignasic, and I am the founder and editor of Planet Detroit.
Great, thank you so much. So when we say we, this is the we that we're talking about, but we do have three other collaborative partners who are likely in the audience today. Those partners are the Detroit Free Press, Detroit Metro Times, and Michigan Public. And so, as you can see, this panel is already very large. We couldn't add any more chairs, but just know that they are here and around in the audience if you all want to ask them questions. So some of the ways that we regularly collaborate, we again as this group, we have monthly meetings where we sit around the table, both virtual and actual, and we do something that a lot of people would walk into a room and say, what in the world is happening here? And that thing that we do is we actually talk about what we're working on. And so I'm gonna pick on our partners at Channel 7 here. We have known about Channel 7's plan to cover the draft, not super specific, but we had enough information to know that Channel 7 had draft coverage on lock. And so our goal was to support that draft coverage in ways that they were not necessarily doing, right? Like we didn't want to duplicate work, right? None of us are resource rich. And so that's not something that we want to do, which is what we talk about at these monthly meetings. We're trying to find ways to make sure that Detroiters get the best information, to fill information gaps and accountability gaps so that they can make well-informed decisions every day. And you don't do that by doing the same thing that the rest of the news outlets in the city are doing. And so we meet monthly and we have those conversations. What are you working on? What do you need? How can we help? what sources do you need that you don't have that we can actually provide for you. So that's the radical thing that we do. On a quarterly basis, we invite our freelance network to those meetings, and they're able to come into those meetings and actually pitch us story ideas. And our goal is to always find a home for that particular story idea. If it's not at Outlier, then maybe someone at Bridge Detroit might pick it up, or maybe Michigan Public can help direct them. But our goal is to make sure that those pitches either find a home immediately, or we help them craft it in the way that will actually end up being picked up by a news outlet. The other thing that that all of us in the collaborative do is we contribute an editor to editing the Detroit Documenters notes. Detroit Documenters are paid and trained citizens or residents who attend city, local meetings, state meetings, some other special meetings, and they take notes and they do the things that journalists used to be able to do when we were people rich, right? When we had a lot of people around the newsrooms. And so those notes then are vetted by editors at one of these news organizations, and we make sure that we are checking those things for accuracy before we make them publicly available on a website. We do a lot of co-authoring and cross-publishing. We have editorial projects that are ongoing. Some of us share reporters, and by share reporters, we mean that we're covering parts of that reporter's salary, right? So that's a really interesting concept that we would love to talk to you all about. But our collective baby is this QR code that you see up here. It's called Streetlight Detroit. And Streetlight Detroit is a biweekly newsletter that focuses on news that is at the intersection of safety, justice, and social justice specifically, and policing. This is not your average policing newsletter, right? I think most of us in this room are familiar with the idea of newsrooms having a police scanner and doing a crime blotter, things of that nature. That is not this. Our goal is to make sure that we are covering information at the intersections of those topics that often go overlooked. So, for example, Kobe Levin from Outlier Media wrote a story about how overconsumption of crime news can affect the brain. Right, so that's what we're talking about. We're not going to tell you, oh, there were 31 freeway shootings on the freeway, and not tell you how that translates into the number of closed-circuit television cameras that are on the roads to help police investigate violent crimes, right? So that is the premise of Streetlight Detroit. So the next thing that I want to do, because we'll hear a little bit more about Streetlight Detroit throughout this process, and if you all have questions for it, we're happy to answer those. But the first question that I would like for us to talk about today is going to go to Sarah Alvarez. And Sarah, I'd like you to tell us a little bit about how we decide which false narratives to prioritize for correction through collaboration.
So nice to see all you all. For those of you who are new in the city, welcome. We hope it's wonderful, and I apologize only slightly about the weather, right? We want to be realistic, though. We deal with a lot of this. So I think one of the things about collaboration, about successful collaboration, is really knowing when to stay in your lane and when to maybe offer help or work together. And I think we're very good on this panel at doing that, at staying in our lane and just kind of sharing resources and helping. And our lane at Outlier is filling information, accountability, and connection gaps. That's extremely important. And it is not narrative shift work, though. Narrative shift work is so difficult and does take a lot of people and a general audience. And Outlier, as proud of it as we are, does not command a general audience yet. To be honest, well, I think Channel 7 does command a general audience, but most of us cannot. And so I think when we identify issues that are really holding us back as a city, and narratives that are contributing harm on a continual basis, we do have to kind of decide, like, is this something that we can work together on? Crime and safety is definitely one of those issues. People will consume as much crime news as you will give them. There is something about it that makes it really addictive, and it makes you feel like you need to know, but it does not make you feel safer. And I think Also, one thing that we have to really think about carefully at all moments is who benefits from people feeling unsafe and feeling like their neighbors are putting them at risk, right? And that, I do think, leaves people very vulnerable to overreach by the state and state violence. And that's something that we really want to be cognizant of. And again, this is just a narrative shift problem. So, of course, the people on the stage do not have the power to actually change day-to-day events in the city, but we do have the power, if we work together, to help people right-size their view of the risk of being here in Detroit and kind of like what really puts their safety at risk. So I think that that's why, and let me say that it's also this idea of kind of focusing on safety, justice, and policing was brought to us by a Detroit documenter who had been covering the Board of Police Commissioner meetings for about a year, and was like, well, these people are not going to keep us safe. This is not a professionalized enough body not doing their job, so what could you all do as a collaborative that could help in this area? And so we really have done our best to try to kind of figure out what we can do.
Thank you, Sarah. That documenter is a student here at Wayne State. Her name is Alex Klaus. And so Alex is still, she's amazing. She really is. Alex is still very involved in Streetlight. She writes for each of those editions something that we call Rewind, where she takes these retrospective looks at how things have changed over time. So for example, we hosted that little thing called the NFL Draft a few weeks ago, and there were some transit issues with some of the previous very large sporting events that Detroit had hosted. And so Alex took a look at the transit woes and how that may have affected people's perception of being able to get around Detroit safely and effectively when there are crowd management issues at play. And she did a really wonderful job with that. Thank you, Sarah. And so one of the things that we mentioned earlier is that there are other successful collaborations, these kind of intermittent collaborations outside of Streetlight Detroit that we take on. So Planet Detroit and Outlier have done air quality coverage. Outlier and Bridge Detroit have covered almost 50 budget hearings when the mayor was working to get his budget approved by City Council. So can one of you talk about those collaborations? And we can also talk about the ones that Chalkbeat has with Bridge Detroit. I think you all probably have quite a few very separate collaborations. So let's talk a little bit about those collaborations, what makes them successful, and what are some of the challenges?
So thanks so much, Erin. So Planet Detroit focuses primarily on environmental and public health news, but we're very, very small, and we are indebted to all of our partners who help us with all of the resources that we need to try to bring this important information to our audience, to Detroiters, to Metro Detroiters. Air quality is one of those big topics, and it really kind of blew up last summer here in Detroit when we were, for a few days, had the worst air quality in the world during the Canadian wildfire smoke events that happened. All of a sudden, people were thinking about air quality and wanted to understand what it was and what is the air quality index, and something we just never dealt with here before, kind of in the eastern side of the U.S. You people from the western states, you deal with this all the time, but it was very new for us, and we as reporters too, even though we cover environment, we hadn't really covered air quality in that much depth because it just hadn't been something that was as much on our radar. But it's there with and without the wildfire smoke issues. We have a lot of air pollution here in Wayne County. Wayne County just got another F for air quality from the American Lung Association. And so, people in the city are in pockets of the city are dealing with challenging air quality issues for a long time. And so these wildfires just kind of brought it to the forefront and got everybody thinking about the topic. So when we were able to get a grant to partner with other media outlets and with an advocacy organization to report on what's going on with air quality, of course, we turned to our partners at Outlier, who had just hired a science reporter, luckily, and were able to produce a series that really dived deep into kind of the overall picture of what's happening with air quality here, but also what some of the shortcomings are. And what, we have a movement here in the city where we're installing a lot of these air quality monitors around the region. In fact, Wayne County yesterday just announced they installed 100 air quality monitors across the county that people can get on their phone and find out what's going on. That kind of remains to be seen. And so one of the questions that we asked was, even if we have all of this data, what is that really going to mean? And so collaborating was really important because it was a big story. We produced a big series with a lot of different parts, and having those resources come together was just invaluable, and I think really allowed us to have an impact that we otherwise as small news organizations may not have had.
For sure. Collaboration definitely tries to harness reach. We have larger media partners in the collaborative, in the Detroit Free Press, and in WXYZ. And so we definitely understand that, and we're okay with saying that. We need to collaborate on this particular theme because we know that it will go further with Detroiters, and that's the point of it all, as Anthony Hamilton might say. Christine, would you like to talk a little bit about budget hearing coverage and also some of the challenges that comes with that, right? Go right ahead.
Thank you, Erin. Yeah, for sure. I think this is a great example of how, as entities that are working together, we really saw an opportunity here to do something different. Being in the Detroit landscape for such a long time as a reporter, I know historically kind of the tone was, you cover certain aspects of the budget. It can be very intimidating, overwhelming, hard to digest. And so, traditionally media kind of covers, the mayor presenting and kind of the council's vote, and a few odds and ends. But what we thought could really make a difference to break down, some of the really complicated parts of this process was to team up and, to bring some of our reporting power forward to, as Erin said, cover every single hearing. So that was not easy. I see some of our people here. Kaylee Lickleader is one of our contributors. She worked on it. Malachi Barrett is over there. I see him. Our
Kaylee.
city hall reporter. He took on a lot of this. So that, for my part, that was like a big lift for our team. But we really saw value in being there for these and giving our readers a very digestible summary of each one. And we have it on our website, and now it's a living document that you can go to, and there's pull-down tabs for areas of interest you might have. So that creates, an easy way to understand the top issues with each departmental budget and how it works. And we've also been able to come together through that process now, and we're continuing to look at the issues that rose to the top in each area, and we're prioritizing how we will continue to roll out this coverage. And we're doing this in a way that I haven't seen in my career, just really being very thorough and deliberate about having this available, because we want to empower people in the city to really understand, how this works, and, also be able to come back with that accountability to the city too if things change or don't, come through the way they've been promised.
And we will absolutely hold you accountable for that. And we do that, again, a lot through our Detroit documenters. Documenters are not reporters, but oh boy, they will ask you the same kinds of tough questions and interrogate the things that you say in their notes in the same way that professional reporters will do. So let's talk a little.
Can I say something real quick
sure.
about that coverage was there was so much of it. It's like no news organization really could have done that on their own. But Kaylee, who keeps great track of public comment at meetings, also noticed, I think one of the big impacts that has had already is that public comment at the budget hearing doubled this year when compared to last year. Right, so this type of coverage really did help people understand that somebody was paying attention, and it might be worth their while to have their comments in the record, and that, you know, officials would know that people were watching when those comments were made.
Thanks, Sarah. That's so true. And having this collaborative too, it's a way to deviate so much from the traditional. And what I love about working with all of you is that we have ideas and we're like, let's do it. And typically, I think it's been, you know.
It's been successful.
Absolutely.
We do. But there are challenges. And perhaps one of those challenges might be, you know, how transparent one news organization might be over another, what the editorial standards are. So editorial integrity is something that we have to grapple with. Can anyone on the stage talk a little bit about maybe some of the rules that exist in your news house, maybe for a larger news house, that wouldn't necessarily exist for a smaller news house, right? Our top decision maker sits 3 feet away from me, right? Like she's really close by. And so it would be nice to hear about maybe how you were able to get buy-in from some of these bigger bosses that you might have that don't sit in the same rooms with you. So I'm looking at you, Kenan, to see if you might be able to address that.
Well, we're the newest member of the collaborative, and I did a lot of research before I went to my boss and my vice president of news that sat in Cincinnati, Ohio. And I pitched to him that Outlier and the collaborative are covering stories that we could not get to. And basically, we wanted to be a voice of the community, but we were having a very hard time getting to the traditional meetings that the documenters were getting to, and I saw so much value in the people on the stage being able to get to those things that we could not. And so I called Aaron and I said, how do I become a member? And Aaron gave me a PowerPoint presentation, walked me through it, and then I presented
I had help with that, by the way.
And then I presented that PowerPoint to all of my senior leadership at EW Scripps, and they were like, go for it. They thought that it was something that could really enhance our journalism and make sure that people of Detroit, and really Metro Detroit, to become more informed citizens of what's going on. So, I mean, my news team, when we were talking about the collaboration, they thought, we got to give them our story ideas? And I'm like, well, yeah. I mean, we're partners, now. And there's this trust among all of us that we're not going to, rip off somebody or, take something for our own. This is the team, and our team has just grown. And once they got used to that concept and idea, it was easier for my team to talk about the stories, because if we were working on something and somebody on this panel or somebody else in the collaborative was working on it too, then we can do it together and come up with a bigger, better story, because at the end of the day, again, it's about our audience and being more well-informed.
Can I add to that? I just want to double down on that. We had a new intern start this week, and she pitched a story. She wanted to do a guide to the farmers markets, and because I had just been on the Outlier collaboration call, I knew that Outlier was working on that. So I asked her to double check, and then, I don't think we've talked about it yet, but my hope is we can expand it and maybe build on that guide and include the suburbs as well, so making it bigger and better. We do the same thing with Bridge Detroit. Bridge Detroit has an environment reporter on staff, but nobody can get to all of this. So Christine and I and Jenna, the reporter, are always in touch, making sure, like, are you going to that? Are you going to cover this? Making sure that we're not duplicating efforts, because how useless would it be for us to go cover the same press conference on the same topic? So it is a bit of, opening up your newsroom, your trade secrets, but I think there's so much value to it.
And there has to be a ton of trust with that, right? Because we don't have contracts, right? We have republishing rules that are presented to all of the partners. And so, you come to these meetings, you read those things and you understand, hey, this is how this works. Also, there are a ton of witnesses in a meeting. If if you do decide to take a story and run with it, it's like, no, we remember someone else said that. But there are often MOUs that are in place, particularly with the intermittent partnerships. Lori, I know Chalk Beat Detroit has a few of those in play. Can you talk a little bit about how you all come to partner along the way in addition to the bigger collaborative?
Sure. We have had an MOU in the past with Bridge, Michigan to share a reporter that came out of a lot of discussions about what everyone is saying about wanting to avoid duplication because there are so few people in Michigan covering education, so few outlets covering education, and it didn't make sense that those of us who are covering it are all covering the same thing at the same time. And so we looked to partner with them so that we could share a reporter that would cover state education policy issues. And that was a very successful partnership. Today, we have a number of partnerships, one of them being with Bridge Detroit. They came to us last year, I think it was last year, and suggested that we partner on covering Detroit schools. We're an education publication, nonprofit. We write about schools in Detroit, but we also write about state education policy issues. But Detroit is our bread and butter, essentially, and it is one of the most troubled school districts in the nation that is trying to go through a transformation, a turnaround, so that students are performing better, getting a quality education. So it was important for me when they reached out to us and said, hey, would you like to collaborate? I jumped at the idea because that meant that we could sort of pull our collective talents together to cover what I think, I'm biased, but I think is one of the most important stories in Michigan.
Great. Yeah, so it's reach, it's also expertise, right? We're not education writers, we're not environmental journalists, so that definitely goes a long way. Jerome, at WDET, you all often welcome in reporters from the collaborative to talk a lot about the work that they do. Why do you all do that?
Because we're crazy. No, because we believe in the mission of what everyone up here and the partners in the collaborative believe in, the importance of letting Detroiters, Metro Detroiters know what's going on, what makes a difference to them. That's the reason we're here. I don't think any of us are here to get rich. If we are, then there's a problem. But the point is, that's how we get the word out to our audiences, right? And so, we're a different platform, right? We are doing things on the web because everyone is, but we're not writing 200 column inches about something on the environment. We're not, writing some huge thing on something going on with education, but we can have these reporters come and tell our audience what is going on. Often we'll just sit and we'll interview one of the reporters and they'll be able to talk about what's going on that way. The documenters, I'll just throw out another shout to the documenters. There was a protest here that we didn't have the reporting capacity to get to. And so we interviewed that documenter about the story and got the word to our audience. So that's a good way to go.
So I'm hearing reach, I'm hearing expertise, I'm hearing platform now, right? Sometimes a story just is better as an audio story. It's better as, a visual story. It's better as a story for TV news. And so I will say that we are not, we're okay with, and we actually do this quite often, if we have a story that is presented to us at Outlier, and we're like, you know what, that one might make a better story for 7 News Detroit, then that's something that we will pass along. We do that quite a bit with Chalk Beat, obviously because the Detroit documenters cover school board meetings, right? And so we may hear and see things at these school board meetings, and we're like, you know what, that would be perfect for Chalk Beat Detroit. And so we do pass along tips that way as well. We probably have about 5 minutes or so left. So one thing I want to do, kind of like lightning style here, what is your best tip for other newsrooms around the country who might want to do something like this? What is one thing that they either should keep in mind, or maybe one reason why you think that they should actually move forward with doing something like this?
You looking at me?
Sure.
One reason to move forward with it is because we have to. I mean, we don't really have a choice. Whether you're a big daily or a small, struggling nonprofit, nobody has all of the resources that are needed to do this, and we're going to need to be doing more of it. So, tips for moving forward are just, let things happen. Don't try to control everything. Just sort of see where people's strengths and opportunities lie, and kind of go with it.
I would say go for those broadcast partners. Most people in this country still get their information from TV news. And I think a lot of the relationships that people in the nonprofit news space have are from print. So we are more comfortable with each other. But having WXYZ in this partnership has been, like, I'm talking to one of your reporters today about power outages, one of my favorite things to talk about. And this is a story that everybody, it impacts all of us, but it really stays in the kind of nonprofit news silos, and that is not serving anybody. So even though, thank God you came to us and were like, do you want to partner? We'd yes. But, try to make those relationships across those lines, because it's so important for our audience.
I think the biggest advice I can give is, if you're collaborating with another media outlet, is to communicate at the front end about the little things that sometimes you don't think about until you're about to publish a story. Think about who's going to edit, what are our roles, who's going to take the lead on stories. I think sometimes you have to have those conversations in the beginning of the process so that everyone sort of understands what their roles are.
I would say be fearless and persistent. I know when we first started doing this, there was a lot of about many different aspects of it. That trust hadn't been built yet, and so you just have to be persistent about it to really get over some of the hurdles.
I would say do your research and make sure that the collaboration that you want to do with another entity matches your mission and their mission. Because if there isn't alignment, it will never work.
That's great. For me, another key part of this specific collaboration, and then having newsrooms that work with documenters specifically, is it opens up the door to me to help train and bring in this next generation of journalists. And especially with groups like Documenters, that a lot of those people are coming from the community and are so passionate about the community. And these are the people that I want within our system to help support, and working as a team, they're getting a piece of each of our expertise from our own backgrounds. So not only are we helping to support them and get on the path to come behind us and continue on, but we're also giving them a platform to learn from various editors and in different modalities of news too. So that to me is a really key part and point of pride in being involved in this.
Thank you all for that. And I would add to that as we close out here that, for every reason that there is to not collaborate with other news outlets in your area, there are 10 reasons that you absolutely should. Understand it is hard. You are working with cross-functionally, right, with different rules, different bosses, different editors, different reporters of different strengths, but that is not a reason to not do it, because you are not the priority. The people who you serve are. Your bottom line should not be the only priority. The people who you serve should be the priority. And so I would just encourage you to look around the country, because there are several collaboratives that do something fairly similarly to what we do here, and they're doing well, and the people are actually benefiting from that collaboration. So I would just encourage you to look around, as Kenan said, do your research, figure out what your rules are, what your standards are, and just do it and call us. If you need the nitty gritty, if you want to know, what challenge did you not talk about on that stage, Aaron? Yeah, that's why Jerome got why do you do that question? Because Jerome is very straightforward. So if you all if you need help, if you want to talk about ways that you can make this happen in your areas, please just reach out and we will be happy to assist with that. Thank you.
Joe Amdidis saves the day again. So thank you very much to Detroit. Let's put our hands together again. Thank you, thank you. And we have incorporated a new word or a new reaction to naysayers. I love it, and I think we must use it. So we have a jam-packed afternoon, but right now we are going to break for lunch over at room BC in the McGregor Memorial Conference Center, back where registration was. Enjoy lunch, and we will be back here at 1 p.m. for a conversation about community colleges' collaboration in local media ecosystems. Thank you again, Detroit.
Do we just leave these?
People who call the Detroit area home. And now, we're coming home.
Detroit is made up of a collection of communities. So whether you're from the east side, the west side, southwest, all of those communities contribute to the personality and to the character of the city and the region.
We live in the most important city in America. And why this city at this moment? Because that's where our work has taken us.
This is your chance to be a part of this new era for Detroit PBS.
Where do we need to be as an organization, as a diverse media company? It became very clear that we need to move back to Detroit and we need to go back to our roots.
Wayne County is probably the most diverse county in the state of Michigan. An awful lot of people of all ethnicities throughout the county. We kind of talk about it as 43 different and unique communities. And I think there's a tremendous opportunity for public television to touch those different communities.
The Lions moved back home, the Pistons moved back home, and we're very excited to have Detroit Public TV come back to their original home in Detroit and return the center of their operations to a really vibrant section of the city.
Public media is a dynamic force, empowering communities and showcasing the diverse voices that make our region unique. To be successful in this endeavor, we need more than a building. We need a campus.
It's very easy to think, oh, just lease some space. But there's some very unique features that a television station needs to have.
DPTV has a mission to engage the community. You want to be in a focal place. You want to be a place that's easy to get to for people who are coming here. You need parking, you need visibility.
After touring dozens of places, we finally found 234 Piquette.
When I pulled up in front, I said, this is it. I could just imagine all the possibilities of what we could do at this address. This is the intended new studio, and I just couldn't believe what I was seeing.
Well, this is exciting because once again, we get to reuse an older building. And it's always good to not have to demolish something and put the remains in a landfill, but to bring forth new life into an existing building. And this particular building has a lot of open space, which makes it a great candidate for adaptive reuse.
For the past decade, we strengthened our impact with greater community engagement and created momentum by putting digital and video first. Now is the time to build a state-of-the-art media hub for the decades to come.
Over the course of 20 years, what we learned was we don't even need two big studios. We need studios where we can capture all kinds of performances, where we can invite the public in and really make it a convening center.
The future home of Detroit PBS is in the heart of the Milwaukee Junction neighborhood, with easy access to Woodward Avenue, major freeways, and public transportation. New Center, the North End, and Midtown, and is less than 30 minutes away from major cities like Birmingham and Bloomfield Hills, Livonia and Plymouth, Grosse Pointe and Warren, and Dearborn and Wyandotte, and more.
You're at the intersection of what used to be and what can be here. You have the rich industrial past of Detroit here, but at the same time, the Milwaukee Junction neighborhood is one of the next fronts in the development of the city of Detroit.
We are so thrilled to have Detroit PBS coming to the neighborhood. All boats will rise with PBS, and I think that we could really be a destination, not just for Southeast Michigan, but the entire state and beyond.
Detroit Public TV is going to help bring back a really exciting neighborhood.
With everyone at Detroit PBS and 90.9 WRCJ at one centralized location, we'll be able to capitalize on the progress and momentum of the last 10 years and do more than ever before.
You're going to get more One Detroit, more American Black Journal, more Michigan Learning Channel, more Kids PBS, more Great Lakes Now, more WRCJ.
Be it a studio audience, an educational event, a live performance, or a critical town hall, we'll be able to host it all from this one campus.
We feel like this is much more accessible, but also gives us a sort of blank canvas to be able to design the new experiences that we're hoping for in this new building. We're thinking of it more as an engagement hub, a space where people come to interact and engage with our team, as well as the kinds of resources that we offer.
A hub where you might go for one thing, but when you're there are a number of other activities going on, and so it broadens your horizons, at least an opportunity to be exposed to other things.
In the coming years, there are going to be really thorny issues of all types that we're going to have conversations about. And so what better place than a neutral home at your public media station to be able to safely kind of discuss that.
We're uniquely qualified to help light up those issues. And these are deep issues. It has to do with the future of work, energy, water, conservation. What does it mean to be an American in the 21st century?
Public television was built to meet the unmet need. We're the partner helping people to understand each other. And so the mission of this station is to serve this city.
Invest in Detroit. Invest in our community. Invest in our mission. And help us create a new home for Detroit PBS. Imagine the possibilities.
When you support this campus for Detroit Public Television and move back to the city of Detroit, you're making an investment in the city of Detroit itself, a physical investment that will lift up our entire community.
You've seen our work over the past decade in rebuilding the station and building the public media outlet, the public media partner our city needs. We're committed to further that work and expand upon it relentlessly. What we ask you to do is to be part of that, to support that, to help us build the public media partnership that this great town needs.
Imagine the possibilities.
Imagine the possibilities.
Imagine the possibilities.
Imagine the possibilities.
New name, a new look, a new location. Give us the rundown.
You could say it's an evolution as well, a transformation, both, but it just became clear if we're going to get really great at this, we're going to be in the heart of the city. We're going to be in the middle of the city. We need a super accessible location that's very Detroit and state of the art on the technology side in order to empower you folks, in order to give you all that you can be and all that you've developed. The team has carved a path that just said, you need to be in Detroit.
We looked at a lot of places. We intended to bring the staff all together, so we had to have space for radio. We had to have a space for production. We had to have a space for journalism, a space for children. So as we would look place to place, We could check some boxes and not others. And I got a call one day from a board member who said, I have a client who has a building. We think it might be the one you're looking for. I was pretty far along the pathway of we might have to build custom because of all of these needs that we had. And another call came in, go look at the building. And then as I pulled up, I said, this is it. I just knew it. I felt it was it.
Is there anything in particular that you guys are looking forward to once this place is actually up and running? Like, is there like a specific feature? Because we're gonna have a theater, we're gonna have all sorts of new offices. Is there like one, like, ooh, I can't wait to like walk in and see this every day?
You know, for me, I think it's gonna be this indoor-outdoor performance space because the way it's designed, it can be used year-round.
I hope that the lobby feels like the front door of Detroit. That would be the gold standard to me, to walk in and Detroit PBS.
Yeah.
And here's our community and demonstrate and show the wonderful nature of our city.
As we move from Detroit Public Television to Detroit PBS, talk a little bit about why we wanted to make this change and what that means.
When you say PBS, what do you instantly think about? You think about trust. You think about sort of investment, commitment. You think about who's going to bring you the real story, the deeper story, the sincere story. You think about education and families. You think about history. You think about arts and culture. But what defines PBS in this city is Detroit. Yeah. This is Detroit PBS. This is Detroit's view of the world and how we bring the world to Detroit and connect Detroiters to each other.
We are attempting to retain as much of this history of this building. So there'll be a lot of open ceilings, a lot of brick walls.
A new tagline, imagine the possibilities. Tell me a little bit about, the thought process of telling someone it's Detroit PBS where we imagine the possibilities. Just expand on that a little bit.
Look at almost any important issue in this town: education, arts and culture, health, civics, civil discourse. A venue that we're able to say, come here and join us and we'll bring this together, right? So imagine the possibilities. I see it easily. I could see Will saying, if you come to our place, we can make it twice as big and twice as effective, let's go, right? So imagine the possibilities. What if we embraced this town like never before and we had a building and a facility and an approach and a staff of great folks who all deliver on that promise?
Watch One Detroit, Thursday at 7:30 p.m. You can find more at onedetroitpbs.org or subscribe to our social media channels and sign up for our One Detroit newsletter.
The 1963 march led by Dr. Martin Luther King and that I Have a Dream speech in Detroit commemorated 2 months ago along Woodward Avenue. Hundreds taking part.
I hope that as you step out into the street this morning, you are making a commitment to organize our community.
This is a generational moment, and it's personal for me. My father marched 60 years ago as a 6-year-old. In this march.
Organized labor and the civil rights movement are inextricably intertwined. We stand together, and it is a great, great prestigious honor to be a part of this.
We see people banning books. People want to ban the book that talks about Dr. King. This march would not be acceptable in Florida under the current government, under the current legislature.
You can never stop marching. It's critically important, though, that we have fixed policy to protest. Protest without policy is pure performance.
The fight now, the fight back then.
1963!
Then it was the Walk to Freedom, Detroiters and Dr. King. Historic, some say the beginning of a change that was going to come.
Why is it a little known fact that Dr. King rehearsed the I Have a Dream speech here in the city of Detroit first before he took it to
Right.
DC?
Well, you know how it is, man. You're getting your sing on at one place before you go sing.
You working it out?
Yeah, that's right. You working out the kinks and stuff. And this ain't no small place, Detroit. If you can do it in Detroit, then you can withstand all kinds of critique, because people here are rigorous about performance, about intelligence, about oratory, and the like.
Charity, you were intentional with bringing your daughter here. Why?
Absolutely. Well, she has to see this in action. And she also gets to see mom at work in a number of ways. She also needs to see mom marching down, and she needs to get the opportunity so that 10 years from now, 20 years from now, 30 years from now, she'll be able to say she participated in the march as one of the first steps toward her own fight for freedom for all of us.
This is commemorating the Detroit downtown walk from Woodward to Coble Hall in 1963. I was 6 years old when I was in the first march in 63.
So you were in the original march in 1963?
Yes, my dad brought me.
Memories 60 years on for Gregory Gunn and for Dorothy Dewberry Aldridge.
It was a beautiful, beautiful day, and no one expected these many people to show out.
An estimated 125,000. Aldridge was 20 years old in 1963. She's talking with One Detroit contributor Bryce Huffman.
You asked if there were a lot of white people there. It was well integrated. And then, at the time, the mayor of Detroit, Mayor Kavanaugh, was a white person. So there was no conflict between blacks and whites as such, no.
One Detroit spoke to the late Reverend Dr. Joanne Watson just before this year's Detroit Walk.
It meant a lot because the injustice that was happening around the country was not just in the South, it also included the North. There were housing issues, employment issues just related to the quality of your life.
In 1963, of course, there was the question about police harassment, police brutality of the young people in Detroit. Now, one other thing I want to add, that Medgar Evers had just been killed in Jackson, Mississippi.
Medgar Evers, an NAACP official assassinated by a white supremacist less than 2 weeks before.
And it was a motivating force that caused people to come out to the march that may not have had Evers not been killed only days before.
That march was organized by the Detroit Council for Human Rights, which was led by Reverend C.L. Franklin. And of course, if you don't know C.L., you probably know his daughter, the Queen of Soul, Aretha Franklin. Reverend Albert Clegg, who will become the founder of the Shrine of the Black Madonna and change his name to Jeramogi Abebe Ajiman. Benjamin McFall, the owner of McFall Brothers Funeral Homes, and James Del Rio, who will go on to become a judge.
Reverend Clegg and Reverend Franklin decided to start the Detroit Council for Human Rights with the idea that there really hadn't been enough improvement for African Americans since the 1943 race riot, and the march, the Walk to Freedom, was the first major event that the organization organized.
The local NAACP, not in on the planning. Seemed to them these activists were pushing too hard, too fast.
Some thought that Reverend Clegg was clearly more radical than the Detroit NAACP, and at times so was Reverend Franklin.
The NAACP did bring protest signs, but the United Auto Workers Union was a real driver of the march.
There's no doubt that the Walk to Freedom could not have happened without the UAW under the leadership of Walter Reuther.
These are some really cool objects from the march.
UAW archivist Gavin Strassel sits on a wealth of research material at the Walter P. Reuther Library at Wayne State University.
The records really reflect that as figures like Martin Luther King start to make inroads in American society. You can see that the UAW takes notice and becomes a major financial contributor and supporter of the civil rights movement.
Dr. King spoke before the union's membership 2 years before the march. The UAW's Lillian Hatcher was a Walk to Freedom organizer.
I think having the UAW involved in the planning probably went a long way in letting Martin Luther King know that this is a legitimate event and that this is something that he wants to take part in.
So Reuther and King had a great bond, In fact, there is some thought that King might have written some of the I Have a Dream speech at Solidarity House, UAW's headquarters in Detroit.
So with the UAW and Reverend C.L. Franklin, there was Dr. King's other Detroit connection.
Berry Gordy Jr., the founder of Motown Records, had met King, we know, several years before 1963, probably the late 1950s.
And what came from that was Berry Gordy actually covering payroll for Dr. King to pay his staff. And my understanding is that that happened more than once. And so in so many ways, not only was Motown organically helping the civil rights movement and being a catalyst for bringing people together, but also in a very intentional way, they were supporting the efforts of Dr. King.
The Detroit speech at Cobo Hall, preserved on record by Motown.
Segregation is wrong because it is nothing but a new form of slavery covered up with certain niceties of complexity.
Dr. King would finish his speech in Detroit with the words perhaps he's most remembered. I have a dream, free at last, words he'd take to Washington 2 months later.
They came from Los Angeles and San Francisco. They came from Cleveland, from Chicago.
And they came from Detroit. August 1963, the March on Washington. Detroiter Edith Lee Payne was there with her mother.
She decided that we would go to Washington. She would always stress to me how important it was for me to be the best that I could always be. And I could achieve and be whatever I wanted to be. It helped me be more of an American, which is what I am. The fact that I'm a Black American is secondary. That doesn't define me, and our colors should never define us. Dr. King didn't want our colors to define us. He wanted our character to define us and who we were as a person.
And in Birmingham, Alabama, and all over the South and all over the nation, we are simply saying that we will no longer sell our birthright of freedom for a mess of segregated puppies.
Historians have written and said often that had there not been those two marches, we may not have achieved the 1964 Civil Rights Act and the 1965 Voting Rights Act without those marches, which take place just before the passing of that landmark two pieces of legislation.
You can find more at onedetroitpbs.org or subscribe to our social media channels and sign up for our One Detroit newsletter.
Let's take a look at some of the ways that newsrooms across the United States are using generative AI in their news gathering and back office processes and workflows. Before we start, I want to acknowledge the ongoing and robust debate and discussions that are happening across these newsrooms regarding the ethical and transparent use of these tools in their everyday news gathering operations. There are many people much smarter and more learned than I am who can speak to this in much more detail and nuance, and you can visit the link on your screen to learn more and read more about these ongoing debates. For our purposes, I want to focus on some of the more practical applications that I've seen in my capacity as Assistant Director at the Center for Cooperative Media at Montclair State University. One of the most common applications that newsroom leaders have told me they're using these tools for are mostly centered around productivity and efficiency. Newsroom employees and journalists across the board are tired and they are burnt out. And these tools offer several opportunities and avenues for decreasing that cognitive workload on the individual journalist or newsroom employee, and in many cases allow them to spend more time and energy focusing on serving the needs of their respective communities. I'm talking about things like content summarization and providing lists of key takeaways from lengthy documents, suggesting alternate headlines or possible social media posts to help promote their work and share it with their community. Some newsrooms are also using these tools to provide an editorial check on their own biases and gaps in their reporting, sourcing and source diversity shortcomings, and also just providing a general sense of why the public might care about the issues that are discussed and covered in their journalism. Oftentimes, journalists and editors can lose sight of the bigger picture, and while they have their head buried in their work and the value is self-evident to them, it's sometimes not as clear to members of the public why this is such an important issue. One thing that I've seen across the board is the desire and necessity to retain robust human oversight and input across all of these processes, no matter how much or how little these tools are involved in the process. One example is the Marshall Project, which has been using ChatGPT to turn complex bureaucratic text into simple summaries as part of the public service journalism that they produce. They use the tool to do textual analysis and help classify common topical features and themes in a particular body of text. They also give it a data dictionary and ask ChatGPT to group relevant text based on definitions found in that data dictionary. Having a human involved throughout the entire process is key for the Marshall Project. This human-machine hybrid approach opens up new reporting possibilities without compromising editorial integrity, and it helps already strapped newsrooms to overcome some of the resource constraints that they're facing, while allowing reporters, designers, and product teams to prioritize their resource decisions by revealing what is a must-have now, what needs to be added later, and what shouldn't be greenlit at all. It's also important, as the Marshall Project points out, to speak with people who have the most experience around a particular issue area, because it's essential to make sure that when working with this new technology, the tools don't oversimplify complex social problems and issues. In particular, it's important to involve historically marginalized groups and the people that serve them in this design process and workflow in order to solicit feedback and get suggestions for different tools and information that you'll need to make sure your stories and products are responsive to real community needs. Another approach that newsrooms are taking involves newsletters. In particular, ARL Now has been testing the waters around some of this, as reported in the Neiman Journalism Lab. They've been using it to digest and condense information, create summaries and bullet points, help them simplify their research and their search processes, and even do basic tasks like text correction and simple copy editing. They've also used the tools to help categorize their articles into positive, neutral, and negative buckets for potential social media applications later on. They're even using AI to create 2-minute audio news summaries as part of their newsletters, and to generate a thought of the day and a haiku of the day for their evening daily debrief website posts. Moving away from the public-facing stuff, you'll also find programmers and developers that are creating tools like YesEO, which is a Slack integration by RJI fellow Ryan Restivo, and was created to help reduce the amount of time required to come up with relevant headlines, find the right keywords to use for search engine optimization, and provide correct information at the correct time to make sure that the journalist's work is seen and read by members of the public. And then there's my favorite application. I spend so much time reorganizing and reformatting text, applying different formatting styles to the text, such as Markdown or CSS and HTML. And so allowing these tools to work on certain sets of information rather than having them generated from scratch helps to ensure that, one, the amount of hallucinations that are generated is reduced because it's not having to come up with any new information, and two, it allows me to save time on these tedious tasks which would normally take little chunks of my time throughout the day, which adds up. Finally, one of my favorite and probably one of the more ambitious applications that some newsrooms are talking about, but not many, is the idea of using these tools to scrape through your own newsroom archives to provide not only a better understanding of your work internally, but to allow members of the public to interact and ask questions about your reporting. For instance, if a news organization publishes a story, typically the only options a reader has is to read the article in its entirety, check the comments section, maybe check social media, or hopefully go through the rest of the publication's website and search for other articles with similar tags. But if newsrooms were able to fine-tune some of these models on their entire story archives, or even create specific embeddings from stories that have similar tags or are focused on a similar topic or issue, newsrooms would be able to allow members of the public to ask questions not just about that one story, but all of the information and reporting that has been gathered and published, using these context embeddings to pull information from previous stories and incorporate them into the information and memory that's stored in the bot on their website. Of course, these tools are so painfully new that it's almost impossible to understand or predict where we'll be even 6 months from now. And in fact, by the time you watch this video, most of what I said may already be out of date. But one of the most important things that journalists and publishers and anyone who's interested in the intersection of media and technology needs to understand is that these tools are much more valuable and transformative if they are understood as a new way of interacting with the information and the data on your computer. And as the capabilities and accessibility of these tools continues to expand, we are very much likely to see direct natural language inputs translated into executable and material actions taken on behalf of the user. The ability to not only have conversations with these tools and allow them to spit back text to you, but then take actions on your behalf, change code, edit and revise content, generate user and customer profiles, create entire websites or programs, and other tasks like this will be an equally, if not more fundamental revolutionary change in our relationship with our machines. I hope this was a useful overview, and if you have any questions, I urge you to reach out to me at the center at info@centerforcooperativemedia.org. I'm Joe Amditis. Thanks so much for watching.
Since 1968, American Black Journal has been a vital platform for African American voices. We have the important conversations that amplify Black perspectives and experiences. Join us every week as we examine issues that matter to the African American community right here in Detroit and all across the country. Watch American Black Journal on Tuesdays at 7:30 p.m. on Detroit PBS and streaming on the PBS app.
One Detroit is all about community-based journalism that creates understanding in our region. We see the community as the experts and not us. What we try to do is really take the position of someone who's listening deeply and listening for understanding. We try to create segments that really speak to the depth of the issues that people are telling us about.
Watch One Detroit on Detroit PBS or on the PBS app.
Democracy in crisis often thrives in darkness. Democracy Day turns on the light. On September 15th, news organizations across the United States will come together to sound the alarm about threats facing our democracy and our democratic institutions, and empower residents with the information they need to help defend it. Democracy Day is nonpartisan. This isn't about Republicans or Democrats. It's about protecting our democratic values and institutions. These principles are increasingly under attack by misinformation, partisan divides, and direct efforts to undermine our elections. Democracy Day is bringing journalists and newsrooms together for one of the largest collaborative journalism efforts ever undertaken in the United States. Hundreds of radio, TV, print, and digital news outlets will report together on how democracy is backsliding and what's at stake if we don't act. We'll investigate threats, explain how political indifference and hyperpartisanship enable their growth, and highlight communities and organizations that are pursuing real solutions. Democracy Day's true power comes from citizens arming and equipping themselves with facts, information, and raising their voices. That is why Democracy Day matters. It represents what we can achieve when we come together through a shared commitment to truth, justice, and an open democratic system of government. But ultimately, our success depends on you. So visit usdemocracyday.org to read and share the journalism, spread reliable information, and take action. And if you're a newsroom, you can sign up to become a reporting partner. So, will you join us in standing up for democracy on September 15th? We hope so, because we believe that together we can accomplish more than we can alone.
Because we fit together like beats of a drum, like the chorus of notes and the chords that you strum.
Inside room 148, Elise Hartman reads a book about an eclectic trio of musicians: a squirrel, a grizzly bear, and a chicken. A group of second graders sit and listen. In the end, The three talking animals form a band, and the students get a lesson on friendship and belonging.
We make our own music. We've nothing to prove. We do our own thing and find our own groove.
Hartman is a STEM and drama teacher at Detroit Prep. When she isn't teaching, she's on a mission to grow the next generation of readers, as school librarians and school libraries have begun to disappear.
There are a lack of books in the schools.
Hartman launched her pop-up literacy initiative, Birdie's Bookmobile, 2 years ago, and hopes to fill a resource gap. She hits the road and delivers hundreds of books to schools, after-school programs, and nonprofit organizations across Detroit.
The books that are distributed, the children get to keep. They're taking them home, sharing them with their families.
Since Birdie's Bookmobile was born, Hartman said she's given away more than 16,000 books. Today, she makes a trip to Voyager Academy, a K-12 charter school in southwest Detroit. The school doesn't have a library. Hartman spent the morning hauling books into the school and gave over 500 to Voyager.
Where does your passion come from to do this work?
I was an early reader and an avid reader. My mother was a kindergarten teacher, so I was always surrounded by books. I had a large collection of books as a child. I loved reading, and those books really opened these avenues of creativity for me. And so I would always imagine that I was a character. I would add dialogue and just really pretend, to be in the story. And I want children here in the city to really enjoy reading as much as I did.
At Voyager, Hartman set up a book fair for the students. There are books about Kamala Harris and Nelson Mandela, a book called Soul Food Sunday by Black children's author Winsome Bingham. Graphic novels are popular among high school students. Many of the books Hartman curates include Black and brown characters, or books written by authors of color.
I think I'm really drawn to getting these books into the hands of children so that they can then explore, different career paths and learn more about what other cultures are doing and other characters, and the stories might differ from the experiences that they've had.
Hartman serves schools and nonprofits across the city.
They're looking for books that reflect the community, and that's what we're providing.
Literacy experts say children of color are still overlooked in mainstream culture. Diverse books can teach students to be compassionate toward people who are different from them, and toward themselves. When a student sees themselves reflected in a story, their confidence can blossom. Just ask 13-year-old Kai Fee.
As Black girls, we don't get very much attention.
Kai is an 8th grader at Voyager. She picked up the young adult fantasy novel The Gilded Ones, written by Namina Forna, an author who grew up in Sierra Leone. When she saw the cover, she said to herself, Black girl magic.
I feel like this book will talk about some things that we have in common, maybe, because we're both two Black girls, and she seems like she's a young girl like me. So I feel like this could help me, believe more in myself.
High school senior Tyler McKinnon picked up 2 books wrestling with the themes of war. Sometimes, McKinnon can't find books that entice him, so he appreciates the variety Birdie's Bookmobile provides.
I feel like reading, even news, articles, it helped me not be ignorant and expand my knowledge because I like to educate myself.
In the afternoon, Hartman heads to 27th Letter Books in southwest Detroit. The bookstore carries historically underrepresented authors. Erin Pineda, the bookstore's co-owner, helps Hartman shop. She recommends a picture book about body positivity. Pineda's dog Chai watches the fun.
The work that Elise is doing is so critical in getting books into kids' hands so that they can develop a love for literature and for learning, and letting them know that they deserve those things because they do, and that's really important.
The bookstore supports Hartman's mission by helping her save money on books.
An ongoing program that we have here at 27 Letter Books is called Roundup for Reading, and when folks come into our store and purchase something, they are given the option of rounding the purchase up to the nearest dollar, and that difference helps fund a fund that allows us to give books to Birdie's Bookmobile. So we are able to give them the books at cost and just, keep that perpetual cycle of books coming in and being able to go out into the hands of kids in Detroit.
Last year, a fire destroyed Hartman's old ride, a bus. In the meantime, she's using a van, still spreading the joy of reading to the children of Detroit, a joy she hopes will last a lifetime.
I hope to grow lifelong readers and raise storytellers and have a generation of children who are interested in reading and really find joy in it, and who are able to just get lost in a book every now and then.
Raise your hand if you like that. You like it? I like it too.
Watch One Detroit, Thursday at 7:30 p.m. You can find more at onedetroitpbs.org or subscribe to our social media channels and sign up for our One Detroit newsletter.
Williamston, population 3,800, 20 miles east of Lansing. Kent Hall, Vietnam vet and community leader, has another meeting tonight.
How you doing?
Good, how are you? He served on city council, now he chairs the Parks and Rec Committee.
Motion to excuse McGee and Wolf.
Kent nominated me for mayor in 2016, and we've had the friendship has blossomed ever since.
You've cut through the bureaucracy sometimes to make good happen. It's for the betterment of the community.
You know, the two most important days of your life is the day you were born and the day you figure out why. I figured out my why, and it's what I'm doing, and it feels good.
Hall's why? Helping veterans cope with post-traumatic stress. His group, Honor for All, led by another Vietnam vet, Tom Mahaney. Now, Hall's story starts in Linden, near Flint. High school class president, top athlete, a champion pole vaulter. It was the 1960s. In college, he had a shoulder injury that needed surgery.
I lost my deferment by dropping out for one semester. They snatched me right away.
In the Army, he spent time in Europe. The back end of his tour, Vietnam.
I never saw so many mortars and explosives go off. It was like it was fire all around.
Post-traumatic stress? Hall didn't know he had it. The term didn't even exist yet. In Linden, he finished college, worked, became a city councilman, an upstanding citizen. So everyone thought.
I was about 40 years old when I just couldn't take it anymore. I mean, I had 3 beautiful kids, I had a beautiful wife, and I didn't want to live anymore. So I started suicide by cop.
Hall made the news in 1986. They called him the jogging bandit, former star athlete turned bank robber.
I robbed 13 banks with a toy gun, but they called me the jogging bandit because I didn't run away. I just, come on, catch me. Well, the first one was right in Grand Blanc, and the second one might have been Grand Blanc. They were all Michigan National banks until the one in Ohio.
Michigan National? Hall didn't like him.
They gave me a hassle about a car loan.
For that, 6.5 years in federal prison.
I was an elder in the church. I was a councilman in the city of Linden. In fact, the night before my arrest, I was reordained as an elder in the Presbyterian church there.
Hall rebuilt his life, eventually moving to Williamston. Hall's Honor for All partner Tom Mahaney, he's got a story too. He lives in Royal Oak, a stonemason, artist, as a child destined for the U.S. Military Academy. But Mahaney was conflicted about Vietnam when he was a cadet at West Point.
I was reassigned to the infantry when I was released from West Point. And I was released from West Point because I had different views of what Vietnam was and what we should be doing about it. And that was in '68. I spent the next year and a half in the Army.
When Mahaney got back, he headed to Washington. Unhappy with the U.S. taking the war to Cambodia, he joined another hunger striker at the Capitol. He'd hold other hunger strikes by himself, more recently against the stop-loss policy during Iraq and Afghanistan, forcing soldiers to keep serving long past their scheduled release dates, and he spoke about the high suicide rates among veterans.
Suicides keep going. The battle stops, but the suicides keeps going.
It's estimated as many as 22 veterans will kill themselves each day.
Your brother-in-law, right, was...
Oh, yeah, my brother-in-law He committed suicide back in the 80s.
But that was part of your motivation too, right?
Yeah, well, I saw what it did to my sister and her 2 little boys.
Right.
You know,
So how long were you actually on that hunger strike?
29 days.
Mahaney in Washington, a one-man lobbyist for veterans' mental health.
I take them a new letter every day, try to get somebody to listen. And it was finally Carl Evans' office that listened.
See, I've never heard this story before.
No.
Don't really get into each other's personal, you know.
I like to talk about what's going to happen instead of what happened.
Yeah.
Because most of what happened wasn't that good.
This is the Honor for All trail, and it's all been approved by City Council, the Parks Commission, and the Planning Commission.
These are tulips.
These are tulips.
These are tulips and these are daffodils.
Big plans, more work needed at Williamston's Memorial Park on the banks of the Red Cedar River. With a section dedicated to veterans, hope is someday a national monument too.
That's what this park is all about. You gotta work something out. You can come here and work it out, or at least work on working it out.
Still a bigger project dealing with that term PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder. Psychiatrist Frank Ochberg, medical advisor for Honor for All, he ran Michigan's Department of Mental Health and helped define PTSD as a diagnostic term in 1980.
What we based it on, it had a lot to do with the Vietnam War. It also had a lot to do with women and what women were very concerned about at the time.
Amongst them, second-wave feminist leaders like Gloria Steinem, who tied sexual assault and domestic violence to traumatic stress.
I saw it as the two genders coming together to define something worthy of putting not just in the psychiatric dictionary, but the general medical dictionary.
The mission changed the term PTSD to PTSI, post-traumatic stress injury, and get that in the diagnostic manual, the DSM, so all can know the problem is not their fault. It's an injury to be treated like any other injury, as you would say, a broken leg.
Well, if I admit to having post-traumatic stress disorder, I'm disordered. So I'm not going to admit it. And if I'm not going to admit it, then I'm not going to get treatment for it. This is a file containing all the resolutions from all the states starting back in 2014.
PTSI, Mahaney's been working on this for 11 years, collecting resolutions from Michigan, then 46 other states and both chambers of Congress.
And it's going to lessen their guilt, and it's going to cut down on suicides. Okay, that's it for the crocuses.
Tom Mahaney, Dr. Frank Ochberg, and Kent Hall have helped change some minds, but they want to change a lot more.
So it's getting there, but it's not getting there quickly enough. So I want to show you my graphic here. PTSI, not PTSD.
In Chicago, Dr. Eugene Lipoff treats traumatic stress. He shows the trauma is visible in brain scans and says he can prove the name change can help.
So I did a survey, which I published in 2023 and presented to the American Psychiatric Association, the body that controls the naming. Turns out, yes, if you change the name, the stigma will get better.
I think now we have the evidence to change it. I think when we do change it, there will be a celebration that we've done the right thing.
The American Psychiatric Association confirms the PTSI proposal is now under initial evaluation by the DSM Steering Committee. Perhaps a change is coming soon, driven in part by a little nonprofit in Williamston, Michigan.
We have a wall of honor there, and all the people on the wall of honor died in action, and we're here to honor them today. But there's another bunch of people that might have died years later, even at their own hands possibly. And those are the victims of post-traumatic stress issue. And they deserve honor. It's as though that sniper's bullet took years or months or whatever to actually strike, and the hell they went through before they got there.
You can find more at onedetroitpbs.org or subscribe to our social media channels and sign up for our One Detroit newsletter.
Muskegon, West Michigan. I'm catching up with Richard Rodriguez, convicted of second-degree murder. We were in prison together a few decades ago.
71 years old, you did 39 years in prison. What year was it when you went to prison?
1982.
You've been now experiencing prison re-entry for a year and a half. How do you feel?
Well, it's different being out, everything's been, modern technology has changed for me. I'm just blending in right now, trying to make ends meet. I'm going to school right now. I'm in college. I'm taking up nursing. I've just been certified by the Red Cross to assist the elderly and handicapped. I'm taking it little by little because I can't jump into a lot of things because a lot of things do surface up.
Rodriguez wasn't much into education until he went to prison. He took as many classes as he could. Then came President Clinton's war on crime. Harsher sentences grew prison populations and killed federal Pell Grants for the incarcerated.
What were your thoughts when they took the Pell Grant back in '94?
Well, there's nothing I can say, I couldn't whine and complain about it. They do what they do,
Professor Richard Ray's at Hope College in Holland. He knows about that. He's working with prisoners trying to get college degrees.
That redlined incarcerated students out of Pell eligibility, and the number of college and prison programs in the United States of America dropped to 8 after that.
Dropped to 8?
8.
The number of...
Yes, 8.
In the 90s, hundreds of programs simply vanished. Imagine all the prisoners who lost that opportunity. But still, some are getting that chance. We're at Fresh Coast Alliance in Muskegon, a training center for people in recovery.
You want to start?
Michael Dutler leads a class called Managing Relapse. He came out of prison 5 years ago after 26 years, a drug addict who committed second-degree murder.
Could you have ever imagined doing what you're doing now?
No way. 19-year-old me had no self-esteem. I had no self-worth.
At the Hanlon Correctional Facility in Ionia, Dutler began college through Calvin University in Grand Rapids. The Calvin Prison Initiative started in 2015.
You were educated and received what did you receive?
Before I left in 2018, I was able to complete an associate's degree, and then I completed a social work degree at the main campus in 2020.
Calvin relies on donors, a theological approach inspired by a prison program in Louisiana.
Have you ever thought about how
Dutler brings his study of faith and leadership along with his life experience to his work.
Let's go out for dinner, absolutely. But because I'm in recovery, I need to go a place that does not serve alcohol and just kind of create a boundary around that.
What would you tell those who oppose such programming with all due respect, for murder?
Sure, absolutely. So one argument I would make is simply that from an economic standpoint, there's been studies that have shown that for every dollar you spend on education in prison, you're saving 5 for the cost of incarceration. As they're continuing education, once they're in, recidivism rates drop.
Recidivism, reoffending, returning to prison. Michigan reports a recidivism rate at 22%, but education can reduce that number. One study shows that recidivism rate drops to less than 14% with an associate's degree, down to 5.6% with a bachelor's degree, hitting 0 with a master's degree.
I think a lot of that has to do with upward mobility, the opportunities that are available through an education, but I'm also going to make a case that it's that formative effect of education so that you're able to see yourself through the more than just the worst thing that you've done in life. You're able to see hope, you're able to understand possibility, you're able to understand life differently for sure.
A few minutes away, you'll find another college and prison program at the Muskegon Correctional Facility.
It's a journey, but every day I'm improving myself in the best way I can.
Rene Rodriguez, a first-degree murder lifer. I knew him too back in my prison days. He's also a Calvin University graduate. Statistically, there's little chance he'll ever get out, but now he's a tutor with the Hope Western Prison Education Program.
I'm a first-generation college graduate, and considering when I first entered the prison system, I could barely read and write. Obtaining my college degree gave me a sense of achievement, and at the same time, it built my level of confidence. I would say that my college degree is an indication of my transformation.
Hope College and Western Theological Seminary started the program in 2019. The Hope and Calvin programs believe educating prisoners like Rene is worth it.
He is a servant leader, and he has now been trained with our BA program to serve in the area of academics, peer mentoring, and ministry.
Thank you, Dr. Ray.
Hope's Richard Ray. He's making the rounds. It's an informal session. Students at work, like a college classroom you might find anywhere.
The average Hope College student at Muskegon Correctional Facility is 47 years old. We enroll and are interested in admitting into our program men with long sentences.
How about orientation? How's that going?
We want and believe and think that there's good evidence for our students as they become sort of transformed by their own education, serving as exemplars for the rest of their peers.
As it relates to behavior, do you see a difference?
Yes, and I see a difference. Oftentimes when people think about that question, they only think about the difference when somebody gets out of prison, and we do see that difference. But there's also a community that exists in facilities like this, and we see the impact here as well.
This is a community of 1,294 prisoners with, 250 staff. This is a community. We want the same thing in here that you want in society, and the education program most definitely assists with that.
We think when you educate even a small portion of a prison population, violence in the prison goes down.
Now there's news. This past July, federal Pell Grants are available again for the incarcerated.
This is a game changer. Across the country, we could see 750,000 people go back to college who are incarcerated. And those people are very unlikely to return to prison once they're released.
To the average person who has no direct contact with the prison system, who's struggling to pay for college, what would you tell them?
If you're in prison, it's very likely, almost overwhelmingly true, that you're a member of a marginalized or minority group. And so if we want a more equitable society, you've got to be concerned about raising all those boats.
What the Pell Grants are going to do for other universities and colleges is going to allow them to start. Maybe they don't have the kind of donor base we have. That's going to allow then a lot of colleges and universities to really imagine that this is possible.
Meanwhile, for Kelvin and Hope, the Pell Grants will help, but the fundraising continues. Professor Richard Ray talks about his list of benefactors.
You'd run your finger down the page and you'd say, ooh, that person's pretty liberal, holds liberal views and so forth. And then you'd run your finger down the page a little further and say, wow, this person is like the most conservative person I've ever met, And they all see the value in this.
95% plus of the people who are in prison are going to return to the community someday. So we want to make that investment in them. And so it's not diminishing what they did, but it's helping to ensure they don't do it again.
Incarceration alone is not enough to uproot criminal behavior. People need education. I would say that my college degree is an indication of my transformation, a sort of a renewal of my mind in the way I think, the way I carry myself. I would say that it shaped who I am now as the person that I like to be.
You can find more at onedetroitpbs.org or subscribe to our social media channels and sign up for our One Detroit newsletter.
editorial, hiring, and promotion decisions are made completely independently, but they share an ad network, a proprietary platform, or accounting services, or sometimes all three. Collaborations using this model find that sharing back office services creates efficiencies and allows them to hire professionals to do this work, which are usually not the strong suit of journalism. Autonomy and editorial independence. Autonomy and editorial independence. Ongoing and integrated collaborations are not for the faint of heart. You have to be willing to cede control of major aspects of the operation. But those who have taken the plunge do find that the benefits outweigh the costs. Ongoing and co-creating. Ongoing and integrated. Temporary and separate. Ongoing and co-creating. Autonomy and editorial independence. And with that, I will introduce our panel. Our moderator will be the Center's Director, Stephanie Murray.
Oh, stop. Figure something else out. We started playing around a lot in Airtable. Collaboration, community engagement. Oh, stop. We are absolutely still learning every single day. Every single day. Airtable, every single day. Airtable, every single day. It grew from this desire to, write the instruction manual while we were also building and flying the plane, making our learnings as useful to other people as possible. Whatever your commitment or investment in building structures and workflow and process is, just double down on it. Double down on it. Double down on it. Every single day. Every single day.
My name is Dana Pickley. My pronouns are she, her, and I am the editor and project manager of News is Out. Our collaboration is a place of hope and tenacity. We cover the news that is affecting our readers, from poisonous new bills making their way through the state houses to the day-to-day authentic news stories of our community. I was invited to speak about shepherding a queer media collaborative while the communities we support are being attacked. The thing is, I'm not the only shepherd. I'm one of many. They are modern warriors in a fight that never ends. Together we fight, we write, we amplify the voices of our community at a time when we need it most. Happy Pride. Together we share thoughts and ideas, frustrations and celebrations, and more importantly, a shared vision for a better future for queer media. What's a queer journalist to do? As shepherds, it's our duty to provide outlets for joy. Queer and trans joy is vital. It's why we have pride. Joy is necessary. If all you hear in media is how painful and devastating it is to be LGBT right now, we would be failing our job as shepherds. Happy Pride. Happy Pride. Happy Pride. Happy Pride.
The more telescopes involved, the sharper the image. They band together for the sake of truth, to bear witness together, and to get a sharper image of the crisis that will shape not only our lives today, but the lives of generations to come. Collaboration can be a powerful equalizer in the media ecosystem. So maybe this is a good moment to pause and appreciate what a radical proposition collaboration is in the context of journalism. The more telescopes involved, the sharper the image. What a radical proposition collaboration is in the context of journalism. Trust is confidence in the face of risk that the other person will do the right thing. 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 what was the key? I say the people.
Testing, 1, 2, 3. You do local because that's where you can actually make change. The chance that you're gonna change the world, however you want to measure that, is relatively low. It's much easier to feed people. It's much easier to ask people what they need. It's much easier to provide information for people, find it, hand deliver it to them. I talk about local news and information through ecological terms because I do see all of the stakeholder groups as interconnected. And
Good afternoon, and welcome back. I hope you all enjoyed your lunch, and I hope you're all energized to tackle the afternoon. Our first panel for this afternoon is a conversation about community colleges and the role they can play and they could play, if we play it correctly, in local news ecosystems. It's my pleasure to turn it over to my friend Cole Goins, who will lead the discussion. Cole? Let's put our hands together for Cole and the panel.
Hey everybody, how we doing? Good lunch, yeah? Settling in? My name is Cole Goins. I'm the managing director of the Journalism and Design Lab based out of the New School. All right, we got one shout. Shout out to the New School, great. Love a good woo. We'll get to as many woos as you want to give during this presentation. It's great, the more the merrier. We'll talk a little bit about the work that we're doing. We are running this national initiative right now, working with community colleges as hubs for local news. So we're gonna get into that during this presentation and give you really a deep look at a collaboration that's really humming in Cleveland. So introduce my guest panelists here.
Rich Wyson, the Executive Director of Neighborhood Media Foundation. We support any community members talking about their own communities, wherever there are communities.
Hi, I'm Helen Maynard. I'm the Managing Editor for Collaborative Media for Signal Cleveland, the nonprofit newsroom powered by Documenters Cleveland.
And good afternoon, I am Erica Bell. I am the director of the Access Centers, which is an outreach of our county's community college, Cuyahoga Community College in Cleveland, Ohio.
All right, so Cleveland is fully in the building. Anybody else from Cleveland? Nobody else from Cleveland? Wow, okay, that's unfortunate. Well, maybe some Clevelanders watching from home. So we are here to talk about a collaboration that we have been working on for the past year plus now. Here's some, you can see all the partners that are involved in this. We have been working together to create a community journalism program based out of Tri-C, so Cuyahoga Community College, Tri-C. And that community journalism program is basically, we've created this non-credit certificate in community journalism. So it's essentially a free, accessible program for anyone who wants to learn the tools of journalism. We go over the basics, the fundamentals. We incorporate an emphasis on design thinking and systems thinking, which is key to the pedagogy of our program at the New School. And this program is now in its second iteration. We're actually, next week will be our second, will be the last class of our second course. And we will have about 30 folks who have the certificate and have went through the full program. It's 8 weeks. It's been virtual so far, and we're talking about doing it in person in the fall. So that's what we are working on together. You can see behind me, this is a mix of people, some familiar faces from folks on the stage, and several of the folks who participated in our first cohort last fall. And also you got Frank Lewis from Signal Cleveland, who's also been key to this project and this team, and also some community media publishers that Rich mentioned working with in Cleveland. A couple, you can see Deepa here on the left, works with the Lotus, which serves the Indian community in Northeast Ohio. She's actually participating in our cohort right now. Tammy up here on the top right is another, she's a community leader and an organizer, works for the Business Improvement District, right? Or the Community Development Corporation in a neighborhood called Fairfax in Cleveland. And she's a good example of someone who doesn't necessarily consider herself a journalist, but is an information leader in the community. And so she's actually participating in the second class right now. She's both sessions she's doing. So she's really trying to steep herself in ways and tools to keep her community informed. And it's a really good example of the kind of, just a range of the people that we're getting in these programs who want to learn journalism skills and who want to really figure out how they can share stories from their communities and circulate reliable information. This is part of a national program that I mentioned that we're running at Journalism and Design. So a little bit we have a lab at the New School and Journalism and Design, which we run community-based programming outside of the university. So right now, this is a key question that we're asking with our work, which is how can community colleges, how can we center community colleges as hubs for local news and equip more people to produce and share reliable information, right? So this question is really key to the work that we're doing, and like I said, we're working, I have, this idea here, that we all have roles to play in keeping our communities informed. So as I was mentioning, this program isn't necessarily geared toward equipping people to go get a job in a newsroom tomorrow, although if that's a pathway that you want to go down, we are here to support you. This idea that we can work together and support each other in creating more informed communities, and this program is a way to basically equip more people with the tools to do that, right? Sharing the fundamentals of journalism. Here's a little bit about the other programs that we have. Like I said, this is one of about 9 programs that we've started with 8 other community colleges around the country. We have one. The first was actually in Philly with Resolve Philly. A shout out to my Resolve crew in the building too. And they actually are wrapping up the third iteration of that program that happened last week. So about probably more than 100 folks have gone through that program already with Resolve and the Community College of Philadelphia. We're working with 4 colleges in New Jersey to also launch these similar programs, these certificate programs in community journalism. And where else are we working? We're doing a partnership in North Carolina with Fayetteville Technical Community College. And I think that's most of them. Also with DC Humanities. We're working with Humanities Councils as well, who have been a key partner of ours in New Jersey and in DC. And to date, more than 200 people have gone through these programs and received training in journalism of some kind. I'll get to the genesis of Cleveland here now, back to Cleveland. This all started, I think, I participated in a workshop by Neo Sojo, so the Northeast Ohio Solutions Journalism Collaborative. Rich was among the participants there and followed up with me afterward, and we connected, and that really led to this collaboration starting. Rich connected with folks who worked at the Humanities Center at Tri-C. That led to a class that we developed with community college students, and they did an information needs and assets assessment of the Broadway Slavic Village neighborhood in Cleveland. That, which you can see some of the flyers and the final report that the students produced on the right. So that was really the starting point, is working with students to go deep in that neighborhood and to really get a sense of what were some of the information needs and wants of the folks in Broadway Slavic Village. Turns out Broadway Slavic Village is also the site of a fourth, is it up and running yet? The 4th Access Center, right? So what Erica was talking about, she'll give us a little bit more detail about here shortly, but will be where another one of these access centers will be housed. That led us to working together, and then we got connected with Erica, Suzanne Ortiz at the Corporate College of Tri-C to create the certificate program that I was just telling you about. This is the enrollment page here. And this collaboration really enables us, one, to all work together to be able to facilitate this program. We partner with also a local journalist and community journalism instructor, Charlotte Morgan. Couldn't be here today, but shout out to Charlotte. She's been amazing and has really led the facilitation of this entire program and created several other community journalism programs. She's even worked the through line from this session to the next one, as she was working with Planet Detroit and training folks in their community journalism program, so shout out to Planet Detroit. The key to what we've been trying to do with these certificates and the opportunities that are involved are creating these pathways. So I talked about the roles that people could play. Not everybody wants to write a news article as an outcome, right? That is a great outcome. You know, we can also think about other ways that people want to participate in their local news systems and equip them to be able to do that. Signal runs a documenters program, for instance. I know there are other folks who are affiliated with documenters here as well, so getting paid to go cover public meetings. Maybe you want to launch your own news outlet. Maybe you want to work with Rich and start a new community media publication. Maybe you just want to be more informed and be able to assess what comes across your social media feed. So people are using these skills in a variety of ways, and to really think about the ranges of applications that folks can have so that we can build this network of support for folks. So with that, I'm going to get to questions now. So, Erica, this is really rooted at Tri-C, and I think our early conversations just got me so excited. There was a natural alignment from the first Zoom call that we had when we started talking about the work that you lead at the Access Centers and what we were trying to do. Can you just talk about the mission and how this program aligns with what you do at the Access Center?
Sure. So the Access Centers is the community college's extension of access into the community. As you know, community colleges are open access. However, what we found is, based upon the data of our zip codes, many of our neediest zip codes are not, we're not getting the enrollment from those areas, from people who would most benefit from attending one of our programs, whether it be workforce training or a degree program, connecting to upskill for better paying jobs, what have you. So we decided to look at those areas and create, in partnership with some trusted community entity, these access centers where people right in their neighborhood could connect, right, and at least enter an on-ramp to the community college. Build relationships, to build trust, and also learn what we have to offer beyond the two-year degree. And so that's where this program really fit in. We have 4 centers. One happens to be in the Broadway Slavic Village where that study was done. And some of that same data about why we selected that location for one of our access centers came out in that study. So when Cole contacted me, I don't know, maybe Rich, I guess, gave him my name, or I'm not sure, but he was just like, hey, I have this program I want to talk to you about. I think it'll be a good fit. I was familiar with Rich's publications and had heard about the documenters. Actually, there was a documenter that worked in the neighborhood where my campus sits in Central neighborhood. So familiar with my community colleagues here, but not really a full understanding of their work and how this all could connect. But after talking to Cole, and then really, I have a background in journalism, so anything journalism is a go for me. But I like information, and I understand that traditionally there are neighborhoods in Cleveland that don't get information, don't get trusted information, and don't know where to get information or how to source for fact the information that they do receive. Growing up in some of those areas, what I do know is if my neighbor says it though, right, I trust them. Or if the church on the corner where we may go to the food bank or what have you, gives us that information, we trust it. And so this was just completing the circle of this work, but also giving people information and empowering them to take control of what they feel is happening to them in the neighborhood, and being able to be impactful about how their neighborhood is being, if you will, regentrified or rebuilt or combined in some cases with other neighborhoods or what have you. And our first go around, I think we just advertised, sent it out to everybody I could think of that it made sense. We had a nice, strong group, mostly of people like Cole said, Tammy, who are the information purveyors in their community, right? They may not want to be journalists, but this is the go-to person in the community. When you need something, where do I go? We started out with about 15 people like that. And then also we do have a journalism program at the community college. However, it has now, with the decline of traditional journalism in our city, newspapers and things like that, has been broadened into kind of a social media program, but we do still have a student newspaper. So the journalism chair, who also oversees the student newspaper, said, hey, that could also be, Cole talked about creating pathways. So that could also be a pathway for youth community members into our program at the college. And so he started the work on the academic side actually to create a credit by exam for completers of the course, to be able to take that credit by exam and come into our journalism program with, I think, maybe between 2 and 4 hours already under their belt as they enter our journalism program. So right now, this is the end of our fall semester, enrollment for the class doubled just for the second iteration. I mean, we were all just super shocked, yet pleased. So clearly there is a need out there for this, as I said, particularly in our community where we used to be a city of 2 competing newspapers years ago, and multiple ethnic community newspapers. For my community, namely the Call and Post, that is still around, but it's so hard to get, so hard to find anymore. And then in some neighborhoods, a lot of Rich's publications, some of the municipalities think a little more of their residents and send it in the mail to every address in that municipality. Others, you got to pick it up as catch can wherever you can. So being a city where there is sometimes shaky trust in government and information, we really, as the communities college, as we like to call ourselves, are proponents of educating people and empowering, and this program does just that.
That's awesome. Thank you, Erica. Yeah, I'm glad you brought up the for-credit side of it too, right? And as I mentioned, you know, if folks do want to go continue their education, they want to go get a job in a newsroom, they want to be a journalist, like think about that as a career, they can continue their education, thinking about that transition too, because I think, you know, these programs have been geared more for non-registered students. Students who are already enrolled at the college are free to take them, of course, and we're thinking about how the college is out in the community, which is what I love about the access centers, and thinking about community colleges as infrastructure, right? And that's what I really appreciate about the access centers, is like you were in communities physically, and people know Tri-C, right?
Yes, yes. So again, talking about that trust, we are not only the city of Cleveland's community college, our community college is county-based. And it really, we have campuses that really touch the neighboring counties. But we are, if you will, the entity for workforce training in our area when you talk about industry certified training that people can take around the country or the world for their careers. But we had hoped that this just fit right in, right? The access centers, again, were meant to be an on-ramp, right, to empower people who may never have thought about going to college or coming to us for even workforce training. But this class is empowering, it builds confidence, it now kind of proves to themselves, hey, I can do this, I can share this information. And I know that it is fact. So, you know, I'm learning to source information for fact versus, well, I heard, and, you know, going to the polls, you get a lot of this information. So it, even more so than necessarily creating journalists, I think Helen, I don't want to steal her thunder, but she made a statement earlier about journalist is a service to the community. And I think that is what we are really empowering people to be, a service to their community. In moving forward in sustainability, we're really thinking about where can these people find, take this skill or craft and find employment or work. And, you know, we're talking about how that might be in our city government, working with our ward representatives. Actually, we are looking to have some fellowships, possibly. Our food bank is looking for people to tell the story of food insecurity and how they are working through that in the community. So when we get those types of requests, we now have skilled and empowered people to meet those needs.
Excellent. So you mentioned, Erica, too, you know, the state of the media ecosystem in Cleveland. So Helen, you're with Signal, a newer news organization in the city. Do you want to talk a little bit about how, you know, your support of this program kind of works toward your organization's board goals around engagement and working with?
Sure. Our goals, you know, when we came into the news ecosystem as Signal Cleveland, it came out of a long process, even before Sojo, before the Solution Journalism program came in. Cleveland Foundation wanted to sit everybody down and say, where are the holes, where are we lacking, what can we do, can the community support this? And so we're to be part of the ecosystem. We're not there to take over, we're not there to be single source. The idea is that we're available, our office is an open community space, people can come in and have meetings there, they do all the time. We work with Rich and Rich's journalists to try to make sure that we're covering everything. And so the idea is that you can tell your own story as well as we can tell the story. And so we want to make sure that people want to tell the stories. Maybe they just need to learn the storytelling process. Maybe they'll decide, I want to be a journalist. And we've got to stoke that fire, because if we are not encouraging people to be journalists, there won't be any journalists. So this really is at the core of what we do. Documenters, a lot of you are familiar with documenters. They're here in Detroit, they're in a lot of cities. You know, they come in and they're looking at meetings, they get paid to use a particular note-taking process to get to the facts, and we can amplify that at Signal by taking those facts and looking into the more, writing more of a story, asking you what you think about the facts and getting that reciprocal information, which is maybe also the thing that's lacking in journalism. And this is where, again, goes back to the community college, the community. People, we as journalists are talking and it's all going out, but what are we really taking in? And so this is a chance for us to also interact with the people who are interested in journalism, get story ideas for the folks who are in the class, help them build the story idea themselves. So it's 100% about Signal's mission, part of Signal's mission, part of an extension of the documenter's mission.
And we were working with Frank Lewis, who I mentioned at Signal, has been one of the co-led sessions with us on writing like a journalist. And we are trying to support folks who do want to tell the stories, right? To actually, from the building a network of people through this class and through the programs that we can do together at Tri-C as another entry point for people to be able to engage in building the support network. And Rich, that actually brings me to you. You work with how many community media outlets in?
20. 20 now.
So it's a lot of like local newspapers, online outlets that serve a wealth of different communities around the city. So, Rich, can you talk a little bit about like how this program and works and can benefit folks in the media outlets in your network?
Yes. I don't know if anyone in the audience has noticed, but community journalism doesn't right away get a lot of respect. It's not like the first thing that people think of as far as how we can actually save journalism in the country. I have different opinions. It's a can of worms. I won't get into it. But understand that going around and trying to get wheels spinning, if you've got an idea that involves community members telling stories from their own communities, it is boosted by having the revered community college in the area that has, our population has not seen a levy that they will not approve for Cuyahoga Community College. It's just an excellent credibility raising partner for us as community media outlets, fiercely independent community media publishers, to be associated with that. Also, Signal Cleveland, a new exciting nonprofit community media citywide that is here not to compete with us, but to collaborate with us. So that right there, again, is a huge benefit that we see from this partnership, even just to create a community journalism certificate. But then, of course, the partnership, again, with the new school and the Journalism Plus Design Lab, the fact that we have these partners that are known throughout our community, sometimes all it takes for community journalism is a double take. It's like, got them. If they just, if they're not just not listening to the fact that community members are talking about their own communities, okay, good, that's nice for you little communities, let's move on to real solutions. If the partners are enough just to make people think, wait a second, if they are treating this whole connection with community members that these little lowly community media outlets have, maybe there's something to it. So that's a huge benefit for us. We benefit also from the healthier, more lively media ecosystem because we get more reporters, we get more people talking amongst each other about what's going on in our communities, and when we collaborate, we bring much higher quality information to all of our completely separate audiences, and that's 20 completely separate audiences. I would say even 21 completely separate audiences. And we also benefit from taking the class ourselves. As you saw, Deepa was in that picture. She's from The Lotus, which is our oldest community media publication for our India community in Cleveland. And they are experiencing a resurgence, and she wanted a brush up of her community journalism skills, and so she took this class. And the fact that that we also, I also have to say that as far as as proof that Signal Cleveland is much better intertwined with our community media ecosystem than other more competitive outlets have been in the past. Charlotte Morgan, who teaches this class, came available to teach a class, and the colleague we've been mentioning, Frank from Signal Cleveland, noticed that, reached out to her, said, we are developing a community journalism class, you want to get involved. That alone is such proof that we have a different media ecosystem developing in Cleveland, and man, did we get the best community journalism teacher
I hope Charlotte is watching from the live stream for the shout out. I will say, since we're running out of time, I know this is very fast for a panel discussion with 4 people, but I think Rich, you just made a point. It was just about this collaboration works because we all are working in service of this goal, which is a more informed community, right? And if we think about that as our goal, how are we all working together to strengthen the resilience of a network, like a local network? Because if one, it's not all about one institution or one newsroom. It's about building the community's power and the resilience to be able to fill in the gaps when gaps are, and for legacy media systems that have long excluded many communities from the coverage and misrepresented them. So how do we work to support folks and build that local network? We don't have time for questions, unfortunately, but our emails are up here. We hope that you will reach out to us. I'll stop there. I think that's our time. So thank you so much, everybody. Hope you reach out.
Thank you very much.
I will say real quick, we are looking to do more of these programs. If you work with a community college or you know of a community college and are interested, please do get in touch, and we would love to collaborate.
I can highly recommend it.
Okay. Thank you very much to Cole and the team. It's been great to hear about your work to support community news in Ohio. Next up, we're going to hear from an all-star panel, from another all-star Metro Detroit group, and about how journalism and advocacy organizations can work together in a conversation led by Nina Ignazik. All right, let's give them a hand as they come up.
Just like give me I'm going to be watching. I have a camera. So.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Clicker is, where's the clicker? You? And just give me a little like, you have to press it animated. It doesn't matter.
Hi, everybody. We're just getting ourselves situated here. Thanks so much for coming to our session on advocacy and journalism. Thanks to all of the friends from near and far who came out today for this. Super excited. So our panel is going to discuss not can advocates and journalism work together, but how can we work together. So click. My name is Nina Ignazik. I am the founder and editor of Planet Detroit. We launched in 2019. We focus on public health and environment issues that face Detroiters and Metro Detroiters. I launched it really because in my own work in journalism and in the media ecosystem that we're seeing here in Detroit, I just didn't see the kind of coverage of the local environmental issues that we face that I wanted to see. I also didn't see it in my prior work in community planning and working in environmental issues. It just seemed like the people that were being most affected by these issues were being shut out of the discussion, and I really wanted to do something to try to change that. So that's kind of where the idea for Planet Detroit came from and how we got here today. Planet Detroit right now is, oops, oh well, that's okay. This is us so far. It's me. We have a full-time reporter. We have a reporting intern, Jada Vassar, full-time reporter, Brian Allnut, Martina Guzman, who isn't here but should be, who's our community editor, and Isabel Tavares is our Report for America reporter who will be starting soon. And then also we have April Boyle, who is working on our impact partnership in the audience here too. All right, click. So I wanted to just start out by talking about this collaboration, and I'll have everybody introduce themselves as we kind of go through each person, but this is a collaboration that was funded through the Collaborative Journalism Institute with funding from the Rita, blanking on it right now. Does anybody remember who funded this? Yes, Rita Allen Foundation, thank you, sorry. With the Rita Allen Foundation, and the idea behind this, this grant was to pair journalism organizations with civil service organizations. So what does that mean? That means something that we were already kind of doing. As a news outlet that focuses on the environment, we use the tools of journalism and rigorous reporting and fact-checking and all of that, but we do have a point of view. That point of view is that climate change is real, people deserve to breathe clean air, and that the issues of climate change are disproportionately in our community and many others impacting people who live in low-income areas and primarily people of color. So those are that's sort of the point of view that we're coming from. And we do work with advocacy organizations often. They give us tips. They often have technical expertise that we don't have. And so this grant was to try to pair us with a project. There was, I think, 10 of us that were funded. Pair us with an advocacy organization to see what kind of reporting we could do in partnership with each other. So that's what we did. And we focused on air quality in Metro Detroit. And to do that, we partnered with the Ecology Center, which is like 51 years old, a nonprofit that's been around for a very long time, has a lot of experience and respect in the community that focuses on environmental health issues. And so that's what we did, and we worked with them from the very beginning. We worked with them to conceive the project, to understand what some of the issues that we should be covering were, and I'll talk a little bit more about it. And so, as I was putting this project together, I was looking at some research that came through the collaborative journalism program, and this paper was really interesting about cross-field collaboration. Came out last year, Sarah Stonebelly and Hannah Simazko. And so, it looks at, if anybody's interested in this topic, I recommend reading this paper. It looks at some of the benefits of collaborating with advocacy organizations. They call it civil organizations. And so, some of those benefits are, amplifying the content, getting access to expertise, making sure that, the impact from investigative journalism, which is hard to come by, is amplified. Click. Oops, back. Sorry. Okay. So as we joined into this partnership, we wanted to know that we were coming to it kind of from the same place, from a sense of shared values and shared goals. And really, our shared values were simple. We both had the values that people deserve a clean environment. We both believe that people deserve to breathe clean air. And we had similar impact goals as well. We should be holding people accountable that are contributing to our air quality problems and raising awareness about the problems. So that's basically where we came from, and where we ended up with was a pretty in-depth series. We also collaborated with Outlier Media to report it, that was informed by the expertise of the Ecology Center and their 50-year plus history working on these issues, and a lot of technical and science-based expertise that they brought to it as well. So with that, I'm going to open it up to the panel, starting with, click, starting with Jeff Guir of the Ecology Center. Jeff, do you want to introduce yourself?
Just introduce myself, or
Yeah.
do you want me to?
You can talk, yeah.
Okay. Hi, Jeff Guir. I'm research director at the Ecology Center. We are nonprofit research and advocacy organization. We have 2 offices. Our main office is in Ann Arbor. We have a set of staff who work in Detroit as well, and we have an office here. I've been doing this work for over 30 years and was really excited about this collaboration. I think do you want me to?
I can prompt you with my questions. Obviously, we didn't do a lot of props. Sorry, people. So you've had this long career in advocacy. What do you see, and you do a lot of it in terms of like collecting data and making that data available to the public. That's at the root of a lot of the work that you do. What do you see as the similarities or the differences between that work and what a journalist tries to do?
Yeah, I really appreciate your comment. Our approach, and there's a couple of us on the panel who can talk more about this, is really a community-based participatory research approach in terms of the work we do, where the issues are identified by the community, the research goals are identified, and we're there really as a partner with the community, and that's been the focus of our science work. The other part of when we think about science is a lot of our work is debunking, similar in the journalism world, debunking the myth of neutral science. When we think about science, I think sometimes the public thinks, well, it's a scientific study, it must be right. Mm-hmm. And when you peer behind science studies, who funded them? So much science is funded by industry. What are the values that were brought to the science? What are even the research questions that were developed, whether they came from the ivory tower in an academic world or they were issues identified by communities that they're concerned about. So we really try to challenge the notion that science in and of itself, it doesn't have values, and then once you challenge that, you need to have full disclosure by a researcher. What are their values? Who's paying for the research? How did they develop their thesis and the questions they're asking? So I think it's really important to collaborate with journalists who understand that perspective and can ask the hard questions when they're presented with scientific information to be able to really pull that apart and see what lies behind it.
And so have you ever worked collaboratively like this with journalists before? And if so, what is that like? How do you typically work with journalists?
Yeah. We've worked a lot with, I would say, way less friendly and allied journalists other than the project we did here. And it's a challenge because we do work a lot with more paid mainstream media where we've developed and did testing projects that were in connection with community identified concerns. A number of these have been national studies that we've worked with groups on. Right now we're doing a national study with a group of environmental justice organizations on dollar stores, looking at problematic products sold by dollar stores. And it's really challenging working with mainstream media and trying to set some values and standards for how we're going to work together with them. So I think that's a really important upfront part of any collaboration, obviously. I think as you outlined here, what are the goals, what are the shared values going into this? Because we've gotten burned, communities get burned on these projects all the time. When you think you have a trusting relationship with a reporter and you don't recognize anything that showed up in the story, and it's really devastating. It's really devastating, and it promotes mistrust with the media, which is well-deserved for the most part. And so that kind of process is really important on the upfront.
Yeah, I think the fact that we had those shared values going in, I mean, we did not allow you to review the stories beforehand. We fact-checked with you, but, and we relied on your technical expertise. And so I think that's maybe, just looking forward, some of the things that did work with our collaboration. Well, thank you.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think it was a collaboration where we really did the upfront work. And then a lot of the work was really, like the work we do, was connecting Nina with the organizations on the ground that were going to be part of the research on the project. So we helped facilitate a lot of those connections with some of the folks on the panel here, and that built the basis for the story. But yeah, the upfront establishing the working relationship and how that was going to go is critical.
All right, I'm going to move on to our next panelist, Angela. Click. All right, good. Angela, you were our community journalism fellow, and then you were also a community reporter. You did a lot. You worked with Ken. Tell us about your journey from kind of advocacy. Well, first introduce yourself.
Yes,
sorry.
okay.
And then
So when I started this, good afternoon. My name is Angela Lugo Thomas. I am a Highland Park resident, but I have lived in Detroit since 1979, but originally from Puerto Rico. But I got kind of introduced, I didn't know that Planet Detroit was such a baby when I first connected with you, because I had been following you probably from the beginning, and I was a fan of the work, and so I got introduced to Planet Detroit by doing my first op-ed, and so I was part of a group called Belle Isle Concerned, and we fought against having the Grand Prix basically set up a racetrack on Belle Isle Park, which is in Detroit, is one of our gems. And so I did an op-ed, and then I think the following year, there was a job posting, and when someone said, you should go for it, and it was community engagement director. I was already out in the community very often, so I went for it without thinking that I would be selected, and it was a wonderful experience. And then 1 month in, Nina had me attend an event and then write about it, and I was hooked. Basically.
well, I knew that she could write because I'd
I
seen
was
her
hooked.
writing.
I just love being able to tell stories from my community in places that I've always kind of frequent anyway, and covering people that I admired for many years.
Yeah. So what was it like for you coming from that advocacy background to have to we had some conversations and stories where, we had to take a step back and verify things and make sure that we were telling the truth. What was that like for you?
Yeah, so it was strange, because so many of the people that I was talking to as a journalist knew me, so I had to kind of separate the two, but I was very, very careful about what I wrote and made sure that, although I was looking through, the lens of a community member and someone who fought against many of the things that, I was reporting on now, I also wanted to be accurate, and I wanted to tell a fair and balanced story. So that was very important, and I was very appreciative, because I don't have a journalism background, to have experts that helped me along the way and were able to, guide me and suggest and edit my work. And that was very helpful for me, coming from just being a, community member.
So you've gone back to advocacy work, but are you going to still write some stories for Planet Detroit?
I was telling someone earlier that when I work for Keep Growing Detroit now, which is the largest urban farming gardening organization in the city of Detroit, Highland Park, and Hamtramck. But I was telling someone earlier that when I left you all in November, I probably had a list of 20 stories that I wanted to work on. So yes, I hope to still freelance and do that work, because I do miss it. I miss it, but I'm not gone. I'm
right,
definitely gonna plug back in.
And I'm gonna hold you to that. All right, click. Ken Paulman. Ken has been an amazing partner to Planet Detroit. Do you want to introduce yourself, and then I'll prompt your questions?
Sure, and nice job putting Angela on the spot and getting those stories filed. That's good tactic. My name is Ken Paulman. I'm the director of the Energy News Network. We are a nonprofit news service covering the transition to a clean energy economy. We're based at Fresh Energy, which is a public policy organization in St. Paul, Minnesota. And as Nina mentioned, we've had the great fortune to work on a number of different collaborations over the years on community journalism. Cleveland, I want to talk to you. Yeah.
And so, Ken, tell us about the structure of Energy News Network and Fresh Energy, which is an advocacy organization. How does that work, and how do you pursue the journalism in a way that's ethical and maintains its integrity?
Yeah, I mean, there's some really unique circumstances around how this got started in the first place, but the short version is it started as an aggregation project, just covering the Midwest, called Midwest Energy News, very clever. And that's not an uncommon thing for issue-based organizations to do, is to gather up news clips. What we did is we made it a public-facing news site and a resource for anybody to use. And we started growing into original reporting and expanding nationally, and it's a little bit odd that it's based at Fresh Energy, and so it's sort of like, why Fresh Energy? And to me, it's like, well, why not? When we originally started, the guy that hired me was an old newspaper guy. I came from a newspaper background and public radio, and he was very concerned about that question. And I was like, listen, you know, the work is going to speak for itself. And at the end of the day, our capital here is credibility. And that's a common thread when we, you know, saw in the previous panel and with working with Angela and telling her stories, like with Rukia earlier, that people have stories to tell, but if you want to persuade and convince an audience, you need to be credible. And that's not the sort of strictures and the sort of church of journalism that sort of prevented people from doing that. I think we're seeing was a little bit of a mirage and a facade for a long time. Mm-hmm. And so within the organization, we have the same kind of firewalls in place that a newspaper would have between the newsroom and the advertising department. And I made it clear when I started that there are lines we cannot cross, and if I am told to cross the line, I am out the door. And it's never come up in almost 15 years. We've had one incident where there was some friction with a funder, that things got a little weird, but we worked that out, and I was very clear. They wanted something taken out of a story, and I said, I'm walking out the door before I take anything out of that story. We need to find another way. We found another way, it worked out. That compares to many more incidents in the 5 years that I worked in sort of mainstream news outlets where that kind of pressure was exerted from a business interest, from a community member, from the publisher, on editorial content. It happens all the time in our business, and you can stand up for it just as easily, actually more easily in an organization like Fresh Energy, because I'm rambling. The work of public policy is similar to journalism, as Jeff kind of described. I mean, you're researching, you're fact-checking, you're pouring through regulatory dockets and legislation and things like that. And also, credibility is your capital as well, because when you're trying to change things, it's much harder to move the mountain than it is to leave the mountain stay put. And so you have to work that much harder to be credible, to be taken seriously. And so I work with people who have tremendous integrity and a very high ethical standard and very high standard for truth-telling that I would rival against any newsroom in the country, to be honest.
All right. Raquel, click. Oh, good. He's on it. I don't have to do anything. Hi, Raquel. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Yes, my name is Raquel Garcia. I am the Executive Director for Southwest Detroit Environmental Vision. We're a tiny but very scrappy organization in Southwest. We work on working with business and industry to access funds for, to have them access money to transition into clean energy fuel, mostly diesel, decommissioning of trucks, and yeah, we're in Southwest, and we love the work that we're doing, and especially partnering with you guys.
Yeah, thank you. Tell us about how you typically work with media in your community, and maybe a little bit about how that compares or contrasts at all with what your interaction has been like with the kind of journalism that we're doing at Planet Detroit.
Well, I mean, it starts with how I started working with media in 2012 when I was an immigrants' rights advocate, activist, and what I remember is that it was event-based, right, or trauma-based. It was like, this terrible thing is happening and you need to come in and help us tell this story, or a lot of deportations and that was making the news, and or an accident. And so I feel like that my initial work with media is trauma-based, you know? Yeah. And so to have organizations aligned with you, that are partners to you, that have the same mission and values, it's been really great. I mean, we couldn't access media. We were really struggling to tell the story. Residents normally don't see themselves in these stories, and they again are watching trauma-based news, about their neighborhoods. Right. So when you have a partner, it's not events-based. It's more, a development of a new idea, a development, something in the neighborhood. It's, you know, like a direction we want to go in, or you know, there's this policy that we need, and this is why. And something that still makes me a little sad, I love the question that I heard earlier, is where do you get your news? We love to canvass. When we get the opportunity, that's one of the questions that we ask. And a couple of years ago, we did a massive, it was around the census, and we have a lot of Spanish speakers in Southwest. And I was really disappointed to know that Univision was where they were getting their news, and I'm like, they don't do anything local. It was really heartbreaking, and so we're still struggling to answer that question. Yeah. We're still struggling to get more. I think everybody here could probably say, like, you talk to a community member, and they're like, yeah, I want to tell the story, and then the minute the media's there, they're like, no, I'm too shy, and I'm embarrassed, and because storytelling is intimidating. Yep. So we are kind of an intermediary, and then when there's a friendly face, they get to know that, like Brian lives in our neighborhood, I think. So it's different. It just feels different. And so it's, you don't have to convince them as much, right? You don't have to, you know, feel like you have to like tell a bombastic story to get someone to pay attention to what you're trying to do.
Right. All right, thank you. Okay, this is a very short panel with a lot of people, sorry. Last but very, very much so not least, Lucretia Berry Daniels. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Sure. So which part of myself am I introducing here?
The one you are right now.
Okay.
Before we make
okay. So in this moment, I am Lucretia Berry Daniels. I am the Executive Director of Detroiters Working for Environmental Justice. And so Detroiters Working for Environmental Justice has a 30-year history in the city and was established as the first environmental justice organization in Michigan. Our goal really is to amplify the voice of the community as decisions are being made that impact their health and well-being. And we do that through a variety of ways, but we make sure that there's individual level interventions as well as community level and policy level interventions in all of our work.
So the slide beat us to it, but we are making an announcement today that Lucretia is joining Planet Detroit as our first executive director. I couldn't be more thrilled. Her experience with public health, with nonprofit management, with connection to the community, it's just what we need right now to keep us going, and I'm just overjoyed. So welcome, Lucretia.
Thank you.
And talk a little bit about, so when we first had the conversation, you know, the question you asked me was, you know, I work in public health, I work on interventions. What is journalism? How is it an intervention? So I had to kind of convince her that maybe it was. But have you come, and I know we're just starting, but have you come to any kind of understanding of, you know, how we might be approaching with the kind of work that we want to do from your advocacy background and your public service background as well, because you were with the Detroit Health Department, as journalists?
Yeah, so thank you for that. And yes, we did have that conversation, and I was like, wait, journalism is the intervention. Now I get it. And so I am similar to Angela in that the first time I looked at Planet Detroit, I thought, look at this thing I never knew about that's probably been around. And I was mistaken. So, you know, it was very fresh and very new. But when I was at the Detroit Health Department, I was reading Planet Detroit. And then as an executive director of DWEJ, I've been reading Planet Detroit to make sure that I am abreast of what is happening in the community. You can't be everywhere all the time. And as much as advocates, we want to be at every meeting, hearing about what's happening everywhere, we're not able to do that. And so this type of journalism allows us to sort of keep our pulse, our finger on the pulse of the community in ways that are very useful for our work. The other thing that I'll say that Jeff was sort of pointing to is I also have a background in community-based participatory research. Only style of research I've ever been involved in, and used to lead research in that way. Again, it's about amplifying the voice of the community and making sure that the community has good data to make decisions. And when I say community, I mean that broadly, right? So those that we typically call decision makers have good data. Sort of lay people have good data. Other researchers have good data. And so Planet Detroit really does fill that gap and fill that void in sort of this media space. And it goes back to that idea of trust as well. When we talk about community-based participatory research specifically, part of that is about building trust in the community and building credibility for an aspect of work that may have done harm. And so media is similar to that, right? So it's built when you have media like Planet Detroit and others that you have those same values, then it's building credibility for media in a space where media has lost a lot of credibility. Did I answer the question? I said a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the answer I was looking for. All right, so I know we have like 2 minutes left of the short panel. Did anybody else want to add anything, or is there any questions from the audience? We're going to be in the back too afterwards too. Yeah. So I'll repeat the question just in case anybody didn't hear it from the back. I think the question was, does Lucretia have to give up being an advocate in order to work in journalism, or can journalism heighten the ability to make the same impact that you're working for your whole career? Yep. I think so, more or less.
So
right?
yeah, yep. So I would say it can heighten it, absolutely. So one of the things when I started with DWEJ is I was having these community conversations. And what I found, there were two things that were coming out of these community conversations. One was no one knew what the heck environmental justice was, so that was helpful to know. And also didn't know who DWJ was as well, so that was helpful to know. But I also heard a lot of apathy. So people were like, why try? The city's gonna do what they're gonna do, the industry's gonna do what they're gonna do, so why even get involved? And so this is a way to answer the why try. So when we're able to tell the story and have the story told, then it answers that question. So really the stories we tell ourselves and others are really, really important. And this is a way to get those important stories out. It shapes what we think is possible. And so this is a way of shaping what we think is possible.
You can see why I'm so excited to have her on board. All right, I think we're gonna get kicked out now, so thank you, everybody.
Hey, thanks, Nina, and thanks to all the members of this panel. Congrats again to Lucretia. This concludes our live streaming and programming in this auditorium for today. Our next two concurrent sessions will begin at 2:15, so we have a short break back over in McGregor. We'll see you all over there. We'll be back in this auditorium tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. sharp. I look forward to seeing you then. Thanks, everyone.